hold pressure on his head the best I could. Officer Erlinson was still trying to get out radio traffic, so I ended up turning my radio off so that it wouldn't mess up the traffic. They would squelch each other if you're too close.
Was the paramedics or firefighters or EMTs there yet?
No. No, they were not.
How long did it take them about to arrive? Do you know, ma'am?
What felt like hours, I think probably 10, 15 minutes.
Officer Erlinson and Officer Rayner were located here. Is this where Officer Rayner's vehicle was? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, it was parked facing east, like this.
Was Officer Rayner conscious and alert when you arrived back there?
He was awake and conscious. I was trying to speak to him and let him know it was going to be okay and to hang on.
Was he able to communicate and talk to you a little bit?
He was trying to give us some information about who he was out with. I was trying to get his phone password so I could access his Axon app and look into his body camera to see who he got out with.
So if we can just explain that to the jury. As a law enforcement officer with Daytona Beach, on your cell phones,
Yes.
would you have access to watch back what was happening on Axon or on your
Yes.
body camera?
Yes, there's an app, and it will collect all of your videos that you've recorded that day, or at least until you dock it again, where it uploads into Axon's cloud, I guess. So we do have an app. You log in, which his would have automatically opened with his face, or a passcode to his phone, but I couldn't see the passcode.
So when you first get there, you're unable to see the Axon of who he interacted with?
I haven't, yeah, don't know.
You can sit back down. I'm sorry, ma'am. Thank you.
Can I have counsel sidebar just very quick?
Yes.
No court order.
Tell us, in the time between evac arriving and you're there, are you just comforting Officer Rayner at the time?
I was comforting him up until Officer Jackson arrived, and then we ended up taking his uniform off and checking for other injuries. And then after we checked for other injuries and loaded him into the ambulance, Officer Jackson had taken his duty belt and walked over to his patrol car, where I had opened the trunk and we secured his duty belt in the trunk.
Did you have an opportunity to make observations of his duty belt?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain to the jury what kind of equipment when you were at Daytona Beach you would have on your utility belt?
Yes, so you will have your firearm, your taser, your collapsible baton, your pepper spray, in your handcuffs, and then your extra magazines, ammunition.
When you observed, were you present when Officer Rayner's utility belt was taken off?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to make observations of it?
Yes, I was.
Did his gun, was it still in the holster and holstered in?
Yes, it was. It was still in the holster.
Can you explain to the jury how you as a law enforcement officer with Daytona Beach would have had to, what you would have done to be able to get your gun out of your holster?
Yes, so the holsters issued at Daytona Beach, there's a two-step process to remove the gun from the holster. There's a strap that goes over the top that has to be pushed forward, and there's another button just underneath of it that has to be rocked back in order to disengage the firearm from the holster.
And the firearm was still in the holster without anything?
The firearm was still in the holster and the first stage was still up.
What about his collapsible baton? Was that located still in his utility belt?
It was still in its holster behind his duty weapon.
Did you have an opportunity to see his, I guess, stun gun or taser, whatever the name might be?
Yes, his taser was still holstered as well.
Were you wearing a body camera that day?
Yes, I was.
Approach the witness, Judge. I'm going to approach and show you what's marked as State's B. You can take a moment and look at that. See if you can recognize it, ma'am.
Yes, it's my body camera.
How do you recognize that one?
Because I signed it.
Okay, so you view this
I
as
viewed and signed it, yes.
this is a fair and accurate depiction of parts of your body camera that evening?
Yes, it is.
Judge, at this time, the state is moving to State's C.
Any objection?
No, you're not.
Without objection, will be admitted as evidence.
Judge, may I publish State's 2 to the jury now?
So,
Thank you, sir.
is she going to be commenting on it as,
I don't think so, Judge. I'll watch through it and then I'll ask if there's any questions or I'll follow up with questions.
let's see,
Yeah.
Rescue Code 38, come to the location. We have an officer down. Yeah, officer down, you shot.
Somebody shot a cop. Somebody shot a cop. Wow.
We have rescue route.
Suck the whole person, man.
Give me a towel! Give me a towel! Give me a towel!
Hey, how you got it? You got my shirt. You got a shirt. You got a shirt. You got a shirt. Hey, tell me, call his face up. God damn. Oh, man.
Give me a towel! They're not here! Get rescue in here!
Get rescued here now. You gonna be alright, buddy. Hang on. You gonna be alright, bud. Hey, where's he at? Can you tell me anything?
Hang on, Jason!
Just hang on, bud.
Hang on, bud!
Hang on, man. Hang on.
Hang on, bud! Who saw
Who
it?
saw it? Just hang on. Body center, we have no suspect yet, bro.
You get radio, I turn mine off.
Yeah. They're coming, man. Just hang on.
Hang on, man! Hang on! Come on,
Hang on,
Jason!
brother. Hang on.
Hang on, Jason! Hang on, buddy!
Hey, you're
Hang on, buddy!
hang on.
Hang on, buddy! Hang on, bud! Hang on!
Just hang on.
Just hang on.
Keep talking to me, man.
Wave me back in! Wave the
Get the
ambulance!
fucking ambulance.
Get
Get
the
him back
ambulance!
here.
Get the ambulance! We're fine! Go get the ambulance!
Go.
Go!
You're gonna be alright, man.
Shut up!
Where is? What's he wearing? Can you tell me anything?
Who is it, Jason?
Can you tell me anything, brother? Was he in a car? Was he just standing?
you need to communicate with them.
Judge, it's gonna, because it's stopped in this, I'm gonna find the spot and put it right there. Yes, sir.
Hang on.
Just hang on.
Just hang on. Big. Come on, man.
Come on. Again. Just one. Just one. Just one. We're gonna get Timmy's head.
Tim's head.
Okay. Okay. You're talking, buddy. You're talking. Where the fuck did that happen? Right here. You don't know.
Hang on, buddy. Hang on, buddy.
Where's he at? Move. Jason. Hey, come here, buddy. Come here. Okay? You go in the side of the... I got you, buddy. Don't...
Hang on, Jay.
Where the fuck is Eve at?
Hang on, Jay.
Just hang on.
Hang on, Jason.
Try to get me everything you can. Jason, what happened? Who is it? Who did it? I don't know. Take this. Put this in your pocket now. Huh? Jason, who is it, buddy? Jason? It's okay, buddy.
He doesn't know. It's just one guy.
I got you, buddy.
It's okay, buddy. Just relax.
I got you.
We got you.
Jason,
We got you.
I got you, buddy, okay? Give me a light. Breathe. Breathe, buddy. Breathe. Okay. Yeah, I'm with you, okay, buddy? Just there. No. You see when we shake him? No. You got it? Wait a minute. Hey, talk to me, buddy.
Talk to us, Jay.
Hey. We have it.
It might.
Hey.
Hang tight, buddy.
What are we doing to your car? Grab his phone. Grab his phone.
It's in his car.
You put on the record the time at which the video stopped.
It stops at 6, it's June 23rd, 2021 at 20:58:59.
What does it take, a 15-minute recess, okay? 15 minutes. Might not to talk about all rise to jury.
Welcome to another edition of Morse World TV. Nah, I'm just playing. Family, I'm gonna try to bring y'all this entire.
Yes, sir.
They're back now,
I'm sorry.
but I'm gonna try to bring y'all the entire presentation of this trial.
Okay.
It's gonna be intense. I'm actually gonna move it to my other channel called On the Inside, which I don't want to do presentations on it, but I want to just catch exclusives on it. So if you see the link for On the Inside, go ahead and hit that subscribe button, because I'm about to have a bunch of exclusives. We about to hit the road, and I'm gonna do some live on Morse World TV. But the exclusive that I just let it run is going to be On the Inside, and that it doesn't matter what if I do an interview with a person incarcerated, or an interview inside a crazy church, inside a crazy temple. On the Inside, that's going to be the new channel for stuff like this, because I want to give everybody the inside view of what's going on. But court is about to start again. I'm gonna be working today, so y'all gonna have to work with me. I'm gonna keep an eye on things, so I'm gonna be watching just like y'all. Press 7 if y'all can hear me. Can y'all hear me?
The jury is
Am I
present.
good?
You may be seated.
I need to see if y'all can hear me before
Thank you, Judge.
I'm about to shut it
May I
down.
approach the witness?
May-
I'm going to approach and show you what is
Check
marked as
1, 2.
state's
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, good. All right, family. So I'm gonna sign off right now. I'm gonna be working, so if it be pauses, I'm not producing this. I'm just letting it play raw. So if it's pauses in between, don't fret. I'm just letting it
These
play
are
raw.
screenshots from
All
my
right.
body camera.
Peace.
Depicts Officer Jason's duty.
We'll talk about this, but there's screenshots. Are they a fair and accurate depiction of what's on your body camera?
Yes, it is.
Anything seem to be changed or altered about these?
No.
This time, Judge, the state movement states composite 3, or C, yes, 3.
Without objection, Mr. 7.
May I publish to the jury, Judge?
You may do so.
Ma'am, can I have you step down? And if I can give you this pointer, don't forget to stand off to the side, talk really loud. If we're looking at 3A right now, can you point out specifically to talk about Officer Rayner's duty belt? Can you point out his gun and the strap, what you're talking about would have to occur?
Yes, as I was explaining earlier, the two-point system. As you see, the strap is still above the top of the gun, which means it has not been disengaged yet. And then his collapsible baton is still behind it.
Is where the collapsible baton in the appropriate location? Where it would be located?
Yes, that's where you were, yes.
And the strap and the way the gun is situated there, that means that it wasn't disengaged. There was no effort to try and take the gun out. Is that correct?
No, sir.
And the taser we can't see in this photo. Is it usually on the other side?
Yes, it should be right behind his left hand on the other side of his extra magazines.
Okay, and I'm showing you now what is 3B. It's even a better close-up of the firearm, of his firearm. And is this the strap we're talking about still engaged?
Yes.
Okay. And this is the location of where the baton is?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Sit down. Thank you. Appreciate it. Judge, if I may publish this second portion of the body camera, it's just a small portion of, for the,
You may do so.
and Deputy, is this after the paramedics have arrived where you were talking about earlier, receiving the gun belt or locking it in the trunk?
Yes, sir. It's running, they're in it. It's running, they're in it. I don't think it's a spare car.
Pop it, or unlock it. Let's turn it off, sorry.
Lock down and off, so we need back to get out of here, right?
Your key is yours.
Were you given responsibility to keep custody of the gun vault until you turned it over to the evidence custodian or the crime scene unit?
Yes, I was.
Did you take custody and lock that in the trunk and hold on to that until you did?
Yes, I did.
Did you change or alter anything about it?
No, I did not.
You have just a moment, Judge?
Yes.
The location where this occurred and where Officer Rayner was located when you arrived, is that in Volusia County, Florida?
Yes, it is.
And Daytona Beach is located in Volusia County, Florida?
Yes, it is.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, thank you. Any cross-examination?
Terry, do you need the screen or you want us to move it?
I can do that.
Okay.
Can you disengage yours?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Proceed.
Morning, Mr. Dickens. How long have you known Jason Rayner?
I've known him the entire of 2.5 years I was there when he was shot.
2.5 years?
Yes.
And would you say you classify your relationship as friends?
Shift mates, friends, yes.
Can you move up to the
Right. As far as the conversation you had with Jason Rayner about the Signal 10, I mean, you already testified to it. Originally, you stated that that conversation took place at a trespass call where you came to search the person that was arrested, right?
Yes, I did.
All right. And at some point, did you find out that that never happened at that location?
I had time to reflect on my answer. I knew that the conversation had happened. However, it being over 2 years ago now, switching agencies, I knew the conversation happened. I was just mistaken on when. I just know it happened between 6 p.m. and before the incident.
At the time that you stated it happened at the trespass incident, you were very certain that that's where it took place, though, weren't you?
I was, but again, this is traumatic. It's been some time now.
And so that would have been totally wrong. You didn't hear it then, but you don't know when you heard it.
I know I heard it between coming on shift and before the incident.
Right? You don't know how you heard it, do you? You don't know if he told you in person or if he told you over the phone. You think that's what you testified to?
Yes, we communicated all day by phone and in person. So it wasn't like we had one conversation that day. We have multiple all day long.
And today you testified with rather certainty that, he told me about the LPR and he was going to go look for this car and he was going to find it. You were very certain about the words that he used, weren't you?
Yes.
Okay. But back when you took your deposition, you weren't quite so certain, were you?
I don't understand the question.
Well, today you're like, he told me X, he told me Y, he told me Z, and I know that's why he went to that location, because that's what he was looking for, that's what he told me. But previously, you haven't testified as to that, have you? You show your deposition.
What page am I on?
I'm going to, June 12th, page 14.
Yeah, sorry.
And if you could read, 2023, I'm sorry, Aaron. June 12th, 2023, page 14. And I want you to read from line 7, and read this to yourself, line 7 to the end of line 14. Read that to yourself. I'm sorry, line 12 to line 14.
Yes, sir.
All right. And on that day, you said, and you were under oath that day, right?
Yes, sir.
Swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
All right. And on that day, you said, he had said, I can't tell the exact words. He just said, I'm going to go look for something to do. I think there's a signal 10, a fresh signal 10 out. Is that what you said on that day?
What I said, yes.
Okay. But today, you're like, he told me there was an LPR, it hit in this area, I'm going to go find it. How come your memory's so much better now?
I've had time to reflect on that day to prepare for this trial. Like I said, it was traumatic. This is the first time going over it.
At the deposition, that was the first time you'd gone over it?
Yes.
You didn't review anything for your deposition that day?
So I changed agencies, and I did not have access to my body cam or anything else prior to that. I have not been at Daytona Beach in a year and a half.
Now, after you did the pat down or the search of the female at the trespass at the American Inn, you then stay there to have your lunch, I guess?
Yes, but attempted to, yes.
And you were there with Officer Erlandson?
Erlandson, yes.
And then at some time, you hear the call from Jason Rayner come over the radio and there's no response.
Yes.
Now, I know that you said it's typical to go into different zones, but wouldn't it be best practice to, you're going into a different zone, leaving your zone to let somebody know that you're doing that?
It's not always practical. I mean, you'd be on the radio 24/7 telling everybody what street you're on. You have GPS, multiple.
But wouldn't you want somebody to know you're not in your area, taking care of business in your zone?
That's not normally communicated.
All right. And let me back up. Is you're driving up to the scene when you take off to go to 133 Kingston, you can't see down into the parking lot of that apartment complex due to that big yellow Penske truck, right?
Are you talking about,
You missed the driveway because of that Penske truck. So you had to go up and do a U-turn, right?
yeah, I missed where his patrol car was because it was behind that truck.
Right, so you couldn't see down in there because of that truck.
Yes.
Okay. So you go up, you have to do a U-turn, you come back down, and then you get out and you run down. All right. Now, if Jason Rayner had thought that if you were looking for a signal 10, which is a stolen vehicle, and that is a high-level crime, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
Wouldn't you radio in before you made contact with the individual that was sitting in the vehicle?
Not until I can confirm it.
So you'll go up and make contact with a possible felon before you let anybody know that you are putting yourself in a dangerous situation?
Every day. It happens every day. We don't know who we're getting out with or talking to.
But at this point, you're saying that he knew it was a stolen vehicle?
Could not be confirmed. So the car was backed in. You couldn't check the license plate to confirm it. So until it's confirmed, you don't know what you have.
Well, the vehicle that was in the email was a CRV, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
You may.
It's not moved into evidence yet.
Oh, I thought it had that. Okay, so it was a CRV. The one on the Bolo was a CRV,
It
right?
was a gray Honda SUV, yes.
And the one that was in the parking lot ended up being an HRV, correct?
A gray Honda SUV.
Different models, correct? Different shapes, correct?
Different model, yes. Same color, same make.
Different models. All right, so he pulls down in, he gets out, doesn't radio anybody, you don't hear any radio from him, and he makes contact without letting anybody know he's doing that, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then when he ends up, the incident happens, and then you take off to get to the scene. Now, when you arrive on scene, Erlinson is sitting there, that he beat you, and he's asking him questions about what's going on, what happened, who is it, right?
Yes.
I think you may have even asked a couple questions about what did you see, who was it, right?
Yes.
Erlinson at one point says, what kind of car was it, doesn't he? It was just on the video.
I think so, yes.
Okay. You didn't think at that point to say, wow, maybe it's that gray Honda CRV that he was going to look for that he just told me about. You didn't think to say that?
No, because my friend's eye was hanging out of his head. I was concerned for his health and wellness.
You weren't concerned about finding the person who did it?
I had one task at hand, and that was taking care of him at the particular moment in time.
Okay, so later on, when the detectives arrive and Jason Rayner is no longer on the scene and things have calmed down a little, do you go up and say, hey, he was looking for that Honda CRV, that gray Honda CRV. Did you tell anybody that?
No, I was instructed to return to the station with the rest of my shift and wait to be briefed by supervisors. I did not have any involvement with the detectives.
So because you're instructed to go back, you can't take 2 seconds to say, he told me he was looking for this gray Honda CRV. Let's look for that. You can't say that?
I didn't talk to them. I was instructed to go back.
You didn't relay that information to anybody, did you?
No, I did not. I wasn't part of the investigation afterwards.
Do you think that that could have been some vital information in the initial minutes when this first happened?
If that's what I was focusing on, then yes, but it was not what I was focusing on.
Okay, well then later on, you never wrote a report here, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay. So later on, when they're trying to find the person that's involved in this, do you ever say, after you've had time to reflect, hey, they were looking, he was going to look for this Honda CRV?
I took time of leave. So since that incident, I was not at work for a month and a half.
So the answer is you never told anybody ever about this, did you?
I did not. No.
And the first time it ever came up was on
June 12th of 2023. That's the first time you stated ever to anybody about him going to look for this car, isn't it?
Yes, that's the only time I stated it. However, that night, that vehicle was located.
Afterwards.
Hang on a second.
Your Honor, at this time, and I hate to do it because we just took a break, but we wanted to authenticate something right now through Deputy Dickens so that we didn't have to call her back later on. We're just going to show it to her on our computer. It's her body-worn camera from previously.
What you're asking me.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know. I'm just never like anything with the body on camera. I won't play it, so we don't.
Okay.
Kevin Dickens, on the video here. You recognize June 23rd, 1543, is that when you were on the desktop?
That's not being there.
But it's a direct image. So this was taken from the body on camera, but the data connected to this.
Yes.
What time is that, Mr.?
That's it, 8:15:43. No, I don't have anything else at this time.
Let me see, okay. What you just showed her is not as an ID.
Not yet, no. Well, we'll ID it. We're just authenticating it, but I can ID it.
What is it?
It's her body worn camera from.
Hers?
Yes, her body worn camera from the stop. where she went.
What was the date again?
June 23rd.
And then what was the exact time?
8:15:43 seconds.
Is this on a CD somewhere where we can actually be authenticated, Mark?
We have it on a zip drive.
Or can we put that mark in
Yeah.
as defense,
That's
whatever?
the only thing that's on here.
All right, so it'd be, the time should read 2015-0043. That's correct?
2015-40.
Well, that's not. Okay, it's just 20:15. All right. Yeah.
And nothing else.
Yes, thank you. Anything else? From the defense, anything else?
No, I said,
Okay, state, redirect.
Real briefly, Judge. After this incident, up till the moment when you gave your deposition, did anyone tell you what to say in reference to a stolen vehicle?
No,
Did anyone tell you, hey, come in here, say that Officer Rayner said this?
no,
Did you even have any communication with anyone really about the case?
no, I did not.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any recourse?
no, Your Honor.
Need the witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
Subject to recall.
Yes, sir.
Excused.
Yes, sir. But she's excused from the stand.
Excused.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Okay, you return to,
Subject to recall.
oh, subject to recall. Okay, then you need to keep in contact with the attorneys, okay?
Okay.
You're still under subpoena. Okay, Steve, call your next witness.
State call Timothy Jackson. Yes.
I think it's a little bit warm in here. I just found out that they turned the AC off during the week. I think that AC may be a little bit overtaxed. Witness seated, Your Honor. You may proceed. The witness has been sworn.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. Could you please state your entire name and spell it for the court reporter seated in front of you, please?
Officer Timothy Jackson, Timothy, last name Jackson.
Kind of soft-spoken, if you don't mind.
Sir.
Just leaning up a little bit against the mic.
And sir, where are you employed?
Daytona Beach Police Department.
And what do you do for Daytona Beach Police Department?
I'm a canine officer.
How long have you been with the Daytona Beach Police Department, sir?
Almost 10 years full-time.
Any prior law enforcement experience before you got to Daytona Beach?
No, sir.
Any military experience?
No, sir.
Can you just briefly tell the jury about your experience as a law enforcement officer over those 10 years, what different positions you've had with the agency?
Patrol, bicycle unit, and canine unit.
You said you're presently assigned to the K-9 unit?
Yes, sir.
Was that your assignment back in June of 2021?
Yes.
Did you work with Officer Rayner?
Yes.
And were you working the night of June 23rd of 2021?
Yes.
What hours were you working that night?
My shift is 8 p.m. to 5 a.m.
And are you assigned to a particular portion of the city?
No, sir.
Is that because you're a K-9 officer?
Yes, sir. We're citywide.
Okay, so you could be needed anywhere with that K-9.
Yes, sir.
All right. Prior to Officer Rayner being shot that evening, did you see him?
No, sir.
Where were you before you responded after you got the call to go to 130?
I was on a beachside.
Beachside? About how far from 133 Kingston is that?
A couple miles.
I should ask before, did you respond to 133 Kingston that night?
Yes, sir.
How long do you think it took you to drive over there from Beachside?
Less than 5 minutes.
Are you familiar with this apartment complex at 133 Kingston Avenue in Daytona Beach?
Yes, sir.
Can you just describe the building for the jury generally?
It's a two-story multi-apartment complex building.
And where's the parking for that apartment complex?
There's parking in the rear.
There's a parking lot behind the complex?
Yes, sir.
And are you able to see that parking lot or into that parking lot from the roadway?
No, sir. Just the access point.
You said no, sir?
No, sir.
In Kingston Ave, what direction does that road run?
Runs east and west.
West? Are there entrances to go back to that lot on both the east and west side of the building?
I believe so, yes, sir.
When you arrived at 133 Kingston, were you able to find Officer Rayner?
Yes, I was.
And where was he?
In the back of the parking lot against the fence line.
Where was his vehicle?
On the east side of the parking lot.
Can you describe your observations of Officer Rayner when you arrived found behind the building 133?
Officer Rayner's on the ground with a severe head injury.
Was he conscious?
Yes, sir.
Were you the first officer there, or the other ones already gotten there by the time you arrived?
Other officers were already on scene.
Did you make efforts to assist those officers medically with Officer Rayner?
Yes, sir.
And were you present when the actual medical personnel arrived, the EMS?
Yes.
Were you able to see Officer Rayner's duty belt when you were tending to him or assisting with him medically?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to see his firearm?
Yes.
Were you able to see his taser?
Yes.
Were these items in or not in his duty belt?
In the duty belt.
And what kind of items do you have on a duty belt?
Taser, gun, magazines, handcuffs, OC spray, radio.
Does the duty belt have a holster for the firearm?
Yes, sir.
Does it have a holster for the taser?
Yes.
Were both those items holstered when you saw Officer Rayner's duty belt?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
May
So I'm showing you just for identification, 2 photographs from State's Exhibit T. Were you the officer that actually collected Jason Rayner's duty belt and took it from his person?
Yes, I was.
What did you do with that duty belt?
I took the duty belt and placed it in the trunk of his patrol car.
And was that patrol car locked after you placed the duty belt in the back?
Yes, I had handed the keys off to another officer afterwards.
Was that Officer Dickens?
I don't remember exactly.
Okay. I'm showing you the second, third, and fourth photograph of State's composite T. Look at those 3 photographs, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Standard issue duty belt.
Is that Officer Rayner's duty belt in the back of the patrol car after you placed it there?
Yes.
Is it in the same or substantially similar condition when you placed it there?
Yes.
Did you also remove anything from Officer Rayner's person?
His body camera
Where was he wearing his body camera?
on the center of his shirt right here.
So it was attached to the center of his uniform?
Yes, sir.
Is that a typical spot for officers to wear?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Let me finish asking. Sorry. Is that a typical spot where officers wear their body cam?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Did you end up giving that to another officer from your agency?
Yes.
After the medical personnel arrived, after you had collected the duty belt, after you had taken Officer Rayner's body cam, what did you do next?
I deployed my canine partner in the yard to the west to attempt to locate any possible evidence.
So you canine, first you deployed your canine
Yes, sir.
in an attempt to locate any witnesses, suspects, that type of thing?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any luck when you deployed the canine?
No, sir.
And after that night, did you have any further involvement in the case in terms of interviewing witnesses, collecting evidence, or locating Othal Wallace?
No, sir.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. I'll tender the witness, Your Honor.
All right, any cross-examination?
Defense, do you need the photographs? Just those two.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
So you don't have any specific testimony about the reason for Jason Rayner's contact with Mr. Wallace that he can view?
No, sir.
And we've heard a lot of discussion about this stolen vehicle that was BOLA to all the agency members that evening.
Yes, sir.
To the extent that Mr. Rayner was going back and looking for the stolen vehicle, he would have been wrong that Mr. Wallace's vehicle was the stolen vehicle. Do you agree with that?
I'm not Officer Rainer. I wasn't there when he was making contact with anybody.
Othal Wallace's vehicle that he was encountered in was not the vehicle that was subject to be on the lookout.
Later determined, yes.
So at the moment in time, if Rayner was following up on that, he would have been incorrect that Mr. Wallace's vehicle was the BOLA vehicle.
Sir, I wasn't there with Officer Rainer to determine exactly how the vehicle looked, besides the color and make.
Well, I don't understand how two things can be true. It either is the vehicle or it isn't the vehicle. So was Mr. Wallace's vehicle the BOLA vehicle?
No, sir.
In fact, you participated in some contact with that vehicle that night, correct?
Later that night, yes, sir.
And if it's a stolen vehicle, that's what we would call a high-risk vehicle?
Yes.
And that is different than, treated differently than, say, an officer just going up and conducting a consensual encounter, right?
Yes.
When we're dealing with a consensual encounter, that's by its name one that the citizen can terminate at any time.
I don't object to asking the officer about a legal definition and legal conclusion.
The way that you approach a high-risk vehicle, like a stolen vehicle, would be with guns drawn?
A confirmed stolen vehicle, yes, sir.
Okay. It would be with multiple officers?
For a stolen vehicle, yes, sir.
It would also include, if possible, some radio dispatch informing dispatch and all units about the activity that was about to occur.
Yes.
If, in one of the things that you're always conscious about when you're a law enforcement officer is obviously your own officer safety, right?
Yes, sir.
Other officer safety as well, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that approaching a high-risk vehicle without informing any of the fellow dispatch or any of the fellow officers would not be the best practice?
It would not.
Okay. If you had a suspicion that a vehicle that you were about to approach would be a high-risk vehicle, the best practice would be to inform dispatch about your attempted contact.
If feasible, yes, sir.
Okay. And have you watched the video of this encounter in this case?
Only it was on the news.
And you've driven on Kingston Avenue in connection with your involvement in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree with me that the vantage point that one would have from Kingston Avenue does not allow you to see behind into the parking lot where the shooting occurred?
Correct.
Okay. You didn't write a report in this case?
No, sir.
Did you take the pictures of the duty belt?
No, sir.
Who took the pictures of the duty belt?
I do not recall, sir.
I'm going to show you three pictures on our connect card.
Yes.
Are those photographs consistent with your recollection of the duty belt as it appeared on the night of June 23rd?
It is.
Would you agree with me that there's not a clear depiction of the taser in there?
Correct.
Okay, so we don't have any photographic evidence of whether the taser clip was engaged, allowing the officer to remove the taser.
From the photographs now.
Okay. And since you didn't write a report, you don't have any contemporaneous observation that you would have put in a report about the status of the taser, correct?
Correct.
And the existence of the duty belt, as in these pictures, offers nothing in terms of dispelling any suspicion that Rayner perhaps went for the belt.
Objection, speculation.
If you can answer the question, you may answer the question. I'll overrule it for no.
Okay, can you ask it one more time?
Sure. I mean, the photograph isn't going to tell you whether or not Jason Rayner went for his duty belt.
Judge, that item is not in evidence yet. I asked the defense not to show the jury.
He's entitled to cross-examine on it since you used for that.
I understand, Judge. I just don't want the jury seeing an item that's not there.
I mean, we stipulate that he's coming in.
There's sort of a composite exhibit coming in later.
I'll allow the question.
Okay. So the photographs of how this duty belt exists don't offer anything as to whether Jason Rayner went for his duty.
Correct.
And you removed the body-worn camera, the actual camera that's affixed?
Yes, sir.
And just like everything in law enforcement, there's policies that govern your use of a body-worn camera?
Yes.
A general policy would be that it's engaged when practical when you're dealing with members of the public.
Correct.
And the idea is when you press your body-worn camera, it actually goes back 30 seconds, right?
Correct.
So the policy is to leave that particular function enabled.
Correct.
And that's because you might want to capture and present later on what the officer observing that results in him engaging his camera, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar with any combination of button pressing or function that would enable a body-worn camera to not include the 30-second look back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is that?
Sleep mode.
Okay. And what are you familiar with a policy that allows officers to put their body-worn camera in sleep mode?
No exact definition, no.
Okay. What, just to the best of your understanding, what would that policy be?
That we have to keep it on and ready at all times.
Okay. And so sleep mode would be, I have to use the bathroom or something like that, right?
Correct.
Okay. And are you familiar with whether Jason Rayner's 30-second look back was disabled on the night of June 23rd, 2021?
Sir, I have no idea on that.
No further questions.
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. Officer, you said when you're talking about stolen vehicles with the defense, you said a confirmed stolen vehicle. Remember that conversation?
Yes, sir.
How would you confirm a vehicle is stolen?
Either by the VIN, by the windshield, or the tag on the rear of the vehicle.
So you'd have to actually get a good look at the tag or the VIN of that vehicle if actually check it off and make sure it is in fact be on the lookout vehicle or stolen vehicle.
Correct.
Until then, you don't go in with guns drawn, do you?
No, sir.
I have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any recross?
Yes, Your Honor, if I could just have one moment. Mr. Jackson, we talked before about your participation in the contact with the actual bullet vehicle that evening.
Sir.
Okay. And that response included several law enforcement officers?
Yes.
Be on the scope. You're right.
No, this wasn't us. This is the same. Sorry?
Nothing further, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you. May the witness be excused, subject to recall?
From the state, you can be excused, Your Honor.
Completely excused or subject to recall?
Completely excused.
We'd ask for your minute.
Okay. You may enter the subpoena.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Break? Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break. All rise for jury. adjourned? Yes, adjourned. Why don't you get your witness inside? Witness already here?
Yes, ready to go. We can put her on the stand if you want to.
Well, we'll go through the formality of that. Listen to that. All rise, the jury. The jury is present. You may be seated. State call your next witness.
Officer Ariel Sizemore, Your Honor.
Sorry, my name?
Sizemore.
For the record, the witness has been sworn. Witness is seated, Your Honor. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. If you'd please speak into that microphone so everybody can hear. Would you please introduce yourself to the folks here in the courtroom?
My name is Ariel Sizemore.
And where are you employed, Ms. Sizemore?
I work with the Daytona Beach Police Department.
In what capacity?
I'm a full-time patrol officer. Yes.
Working patrol?
Yes, sir.
When did you start?
In 2019.
Did you work for any prior law enforcement agency?
No, sir.
Were you working on June 23rd, 2021, when Officer Rayner was shot?
I was.
What was your shift?
We work Charlie shift, Charlie East,
Okay.
and I work 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
6
You
p.m.
make yourself spoken. You can project just a little more.
Okay.
So you work Charlie, and then what else?
6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Did you know Officer Rayner?
I did.
And how did you know? Describe that.
Through work, and then just a coworker friendship.
Were you all on the same shift?
Yes, sir.
And were you working the same area, basically?
So I worked on A1A, and he worked on Ridgewood.
Okay, so A1A's east, is that correct?
Yes, we're separated by the river.
The river, which would be the intercoastal waterway, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Are all these zones within the city limits of Daytona Beach?
Yes, sir.
What's the proximity? How close your area, Officer Rayner's?
Pretty much directly across the bridge.
The bridge spanning the intercoastal?
Yeah, the International Speedway Bridge.
Do you typically, are you restricted only to your zone? Or can you move in zones?
You're free to move and roam, but if a call for service comes out in your zone, you're primarily responsible for it.
You're expected to be there and take care of it.
Yes, sir.
But you are allowed to leave that zone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. To assist other officers?
Yes, sir. Either on either side of the river.
And also to do patrol?
Yes.
Did you see Officer Rayner the night before he was shot, that night? Did you see him?
I did.
Where did you see him?
We met at the Beachside Precinct to have a short briefing, and we talked just for a little bit.
Do you remember what y'all talked about?
Just in passing, he had just came back from a vacation, so
Okay. Nothing that you can recall?
no.
Let's talk a little bit about a BOLO or be on the lookout. Do you recall receiving a BOLO for a stolen vehicle that evening?
I do.
A gray Honda?
Yes.
Was this BOLO, did it indicate whether or not the car had been cited in the area?
I don't recall that exactly. I do recall the bolo itself, but I don't recall the exact details.
Okay. Are BOLOs useful for you?
They are.
How so?
They alert us to different people or vehicles that could be involved in any type of crimes, missing people, things like that. It helps us do our job.
So it's part of your job to review those BOLOs when they come in?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk a little bit about as you're patrolling. At some time during the evening of June 23rd, 2021, did you hear something that caused you concern involving Officer Ray?
I did.
What was it?
I heard him begin to say his call sign over the radio, and before he could finish, it cut off.
Now, if an officer's away from the car, like if you get out of your car to talk to somebody, do you have the ability to use the radio?
Yes, so we have portable radios that are carried on our belt, and then it has a hand mic up on our shoulder so that we can speak to other officers.
So the hand mic, how do you engage it? How do you transmit?
So if I were to key up, which is what it's called when we press the button, I would press and hold the button on the side, say whatever I needed, and then let go.
So you have to use your hand and press it and hold it down in order to transmit. Is that right?
Yes.
What happens if you push it and then you don't hold it down? Will you be able to transmit?
Normally you won't come across, it might just come across as a click.
So you knew it was him because of his call sign and what his number was?
Yes, sir.
So after you heard him call into headquarters, what happened next? Do you remember?
I remember it caught my attention because it sounded like he was rushed, that he didn't fully finish what a normal call out would be for us, which is where we would say our call sign, such as 3 Charlie 55 2 Central. He never finished the 2 Central part, which is how we let people on the radio know who we're addressing. So he never got to that part, which to me indicated that he either got cut off or he had to do something at that immediate time that took him away from being able to key up.
So it's cause for concern when somebody keys up, but then they're called back and they don't respond with that leading. So did Officer Rayner respond? Did anybody try to reach him after he had this interrupted call?
The dispatcher keyed up for him multiple times. I believe our supervisor keyed up for him multiple times. And during that period is when all of us started heading to him because it is very unusual to not answer your radio.
Are you supposed to answer the call when dispatch or your fellow officers call you?
Yes.
And that didn't happen?
It did not happen.
So, you hear a call, you hear Officer Rayner starting to make the call that you believe somehow got interrupted, and then he won't call back, he won't answer. So what did you do at that point?
I immediately started heading to the location that our sergeant notified that he was at. There was some checking of some technology which let us know where he was. They put that out over the radio, and we all went straight there.
So you didn't know exactly where Officer Rayner was when he started the call and got interrupted?
No, sir, I didn't know.
So, do you remember where you were directed to go to see about Jason Rayner, Officer Jason?
Yes, I believe the exact address was 133 Kingston, but to us, it just said the rear parking lot of, the second building on Kingston. So,
Are you familiar with that particular area?
I am.
Tell me about that. Have you responded there before?
I have.
For what purposes? What types of calls?
I've responded for drug overdoses, domestic disturbances, narcotics complaints, which is where citizens or residents of the area call in regarding narcotics activity going on. And specifically at that time, we had been responding to multiple weapons complaints, which can range from a resident or a citizen calling in about sighting or seeing someone with a firearm to an actual shooting, which we had responded to all of those in that location recently.
So, did you and your fellow officers consider this area a high crime area?
Yes.
Would you get multiple calls per shift?
Especially in the time leading up to this incident.
And what is that?
I don't know if it was just a chance, but I don't know if there were new residents there, but a lot of the residents there actually were people that were calling us to have us come check out the criminal activity that was going on.
As a law enforcement officer, what would you say what's your overarching primary duty and responsibility?
To protect life and then subsequently property.
And why go into a high crime area? What are you trying to do?
To try to make it not a high crime area, to make it a safer place for the residents in the area, especially when the residents of that area are the ones calling in telling us, hey, there's a problem here. We want police presence. We want this to not be a problem anymore.
And would you consider that to be an important part of your duties and responsibilities as a police officer?
Yes.
Also, would you consider it good police practice to engage in this type of activity with the community?
Yes, we want people to feel safe in their neighborhood.
So did you go to the Kingston location that night after you had heard that Officer Rayner wasn't responding?
I did.
And before you got there, did you have any idea what you were going to find?
There were some officers who arrived on scene prior to I arrived, and they did let us know that we had an officer down.
Did you see Officer Jason Rayner there?
I did.
Where was he?
In the rear parking lot.
Did you try to help him in any way?
I did.
What did you do?
The paramedics were struggling to get him onto the stretcher because he couldn't assist. And because they were struggling, I jumped in and used his belt and his shirt to help lift him onto the stretcher.
Were you able to see the gun belt?
I could.
Was it intact?
It was.
Gun in the holster and secure?
It was.
Did you come into contact with any residents of the area?
In passing, I did, yes.
Did you happen to see a female with a bat?
I did.
Talk about that for a second. What was going on?
So when I arrived to the rear of the parking lot, obviously there was a lot of activity going on, people walking everywhere, both police and residents trying to all figure out what happened. And while I was in the rear parking lot, I noticed there's two apartment buildings right next door to each other, and there's parking lots and grassy areas behind both. While I was in the parking lot where this incident happened, I looked over, and there was a female who I found out was a resident of the next apartment complex. She was walking around the rear grassy area of the next parking lot, it'd be like the distance from here to the back of the room. And she was walking around with a bat in her hand, And I asked her, I was like, ma'am, what are you doing? You can't be out here. She said, well, I'm trying to find whoever did that, or something similar to those.
Did you tell her that?
I did tell her it'd be best for her to go inside, because with all the commotion, if someone sees a female swinging a bat around in the grass, I don't want anything to happen to her or anything like that.
Were you aware if somebody helped a resident or somebody in the area with providing like a shirt or a towel?
Yes, so as I was leaving, there was a large group of residents on the stairwell, and they were saying, what happened? Is the officer okay? Is he okay? How's he doing? And I just told them, I said, he's injured. If you guys don't have any involvement, I need you to go inside. And one of the males was just saying, how's that officer? I'm the one who gave my T-shirt to stop the bleeding on his head.
At some point, did you take possession of Officer Rayner's body-worn camera?
I did.
You remember who you got it from?
Sergeant Searce.
It's something to do with the media, Judge.
Ricky, have her step out and do it. Unplug it. Yeah, it won't happen again. See.
Thank you, Judge. Sorry for the interruption. Sergeant Sears?
Searce, yes.
Sears. Was that your supervisor that night?
Yes.
And Jason's supervisor as well?
Yes.
What'd you do with that body-worn camera?
I kept it in my hand. I walked to my car. I went straight to the beachside precinct where we operated as beachside officers. I walked upstairs to our Axon docking room, which is basically just a little closet that has docking stations, kind of how you would dock an iPhone or an Android, whatever phone you have, plugging it up. There's stations. I took his camera, I connected it to one of the stations, which then allowed the camera to both be charged and upload any video, audio, anything that's on that camera to evidence.com, which is what stores all of our videos.
You were doing that to try and see if the body cam did capture what happened?
Yeah, we didn't know if there would even be anything on it, so we needed to see.
Did you, at that point, when you docked it, did you see the content of the video?
Once it was uploaded, the sergeant logged on to the website where they can access it, and that's when they sent out the video.
So that's Sergeant Sears?
Yes, sir. Searce.
And you took the body-worn camera directly from the scene to the beachside headquarters?
Yes, I did not stop.
And docked it immediately?
Yes.
May I have just a second, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I believe the state or the defense doesn't have an objection. This has been marked as States D for identification purposes. We would ask that be entered, I think it might be number 4. Number 4 is the body-worn camera of Jason Rayner.
Any objection? No objection, Mayor. Without objection, it is evidence.
Just one more moment, Your Honor. I'll tender the witness, Judge.
Okay. Any cross-examination?
Good morning.
So you knew Deputy, or I'm sorry, Officer Rayner through the Daytona Beach Police Department?
Yes, sir.
You were friends with him?
Yes.
And you were with him at the briefing that evening?
Yeah, very briefly.
Did you talk to him at all?
Just in passing about his vacation.
You never said anything about going to look for a Signal 10 stolen car, did he?
We didn't speak about anything work-related at that time.
But he never said anything about that, did he?
No.
All right, and then you went back to your zone and he took off to his zone, which would have been across the bridge, across the river?
Yes.
And you said that 133 Kingston Ave is a dangerous area?
It can be. It was identified as a high-crime area.
And you said that you had overdoses there, right?
Yes.
None of that had to do with Mr. Wallace, right?
I am not familiar with him at all.
So you had domestic violence incidents there, correct?
Yes.
None of that had to do with Mr. Wallace, did it?
Not to my knowledge that I personally responded to.
You had narcotics incidents there, didn't you?
Yes.
None of that had to do with Mr. Wallace, did it?
Not that I responded to.
You had weapons incidents there, correct?
Yes.
None of that had to do with Mr. Wallace?
Not that I responded to.
And you had shootings there as well?
Yes.
None of that had to do with Mr. Wallace?
Not that I responded to.
Now, that's a high crime area. Wouldn't you, if you were going to that high crime area and you were going to make contact with a possible stolen vehicle, would you radio in to let people know what you were doing?
Every person is different. It's general practice too, but again, there's certain situations where it might not be something that's feasible or the best option at that time.
But it's reasonable, and you think it's reasonable for somebody to do that once they go into a high crime area and they're going to make contact with a possible stolen vehicle.
Every officer is different. I can't speak for every
Is it
person.
reasonable for you to do that?
Depending on the situation. Every situation we respond to is completely different.
And you stated that, well, let me back up. You said that you knew Officer Rader. What kind of officer was he?
He was very knowledgeable. He was the person on the shift that if you had questions about traffic citations, traffic crashes, narcotics, anything like that, he was just kind of a general expert when it came to statutes, ordinances, things like that.
And you'd also, would you classify him as being a very proactive officer?
He was very oriented in responding to complaints that we got, yes.
Would you say he's very proactive then?
Objection asked and answered, Your Honor.
Was he very proactive?
If you want to use the word proactive, he did more than what was required of him, yes.
Right, and then, what you did is you took the axon and then took it to the precinct and then had it down.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any knowledge as to what Jason Rayner was doing behind 133 Kingston Ave?
We had been told by our superiors.
Do you have any knowledge, personal knowledge, of why he was back there?
We had been told by our superiors to be in that area due to the high crime that had been occurring. So that's more than likely why he was there, but I'm not in his head. I don't know what he was thinking, what he saw, what he was doing, but we had been told to be in that area as a presence.
And that was not his zone, right?
He was 77, so he was a roaming car. He technically was not assigned to any specific area. He could go pretty much anywhere that he wanted to.
So by him going to that high crime area and looking around, that be him being proactive and trying to stop crime?
In responding to the complaints we received, yes.
I have 1 second.
Yes.
Officer Sizemore, were you aware of any specific dispatch for Jason Rayner to go to that area?
To my knowledge, I don't remember a specific call.
I have nothing else, Your Honor.
Can you redirect?
No, sir.
May the witness be excused. State.
Yes, sir.
Defense.
Yes.
Okay, so you release. You're welcome to return to work. It's 5 to noon. We'll take our lunch break at this time. I want to remind you not to discuss the case with anyone, not to do any research on your own, not to share information about the case while the case is ongoing. That includes one another. Okay? We'll return at 1:30. 1:30.
All rise from jury.
You know, take down your chair. Take down your chair. Okay, while the jury's out, can I have Ms. Singleton come forward?
To the podium, Judge. The podium,
Ms.
Judge.
Singleton, your device interrupted the proceedings. I need to know what device it is and why it's recording.
I am reporting for the organization PLAP, and it went off because I was trying to let the young lady pass me, and my leg hit the play button.
Are you a member of the media?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what's your organization again?
I'm representing PLAP here today.
Okay, I have a specific order of who's allowed in the courtroom as members of the media with equipment. It allows one camera and one still photograph photographer, which I think is a news journal. I think there's a full agreement with the cameras. Why is your computer needed to be connected to these things inside the courtroom? Why can't it connect outside of the courtroom?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding the question. Why can't it connect outside of the courtroom?
Yeah, why do you have to have it in the courtroom on?
Because I am streaming live from the camera that's in the back of the room.
Okay, the order specifically says that streaming gets done from outside of the courtroom, not from within the courtroom. So you'll have to tap into their system. They have a pool agreement. I don't know who's in charge, and they'll tell you where you can connect outside of the courtroom to the live stream, whatever they're providing. It's also been provided live stream on YouTube. So you have access to both of those things. But I do not want your equipment in the courtroom, okay?
That's fine.
Thank you.
You're
We'll be
welcome.
recessed until 1:30. Oh, can you give her a copy of the order, please? Ricky Ray, would you give her a copy of the order?
Judge, I have a question regarding that media link. Where can we find that media link on the screen?
Circuit7.org, under Judges, look for my name, Raul Zambrano, and it says live stream. I'm just
Thank you so much.
providing this the link. All right, we'll be in recess till 1:30. Folks, before we bring the jury in, I want to address one issue. We had a disruption in the proceedings this morning as a result of a laptop. I'm trying to make sure that that doesn't happen again. So if you have a laptop, you need to make sure you know what you're doing with it. I prefer you use the laptop outside of the courtroom, quite frankly. But I understand that the media is here and you have to do your reporting. But at the same time, I cannot tolerate any more disruptions as a result of equipment malfunction. So make sure that you turn the volume off on your laptops. Thank you. Ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Bring the jury in.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, you may be seated. Steve, you call your next witness.
Yes, sir. Say we call Priscilla Pringle.
Are you going to do this?
Yes, sir.
You already sworn in? Just what you were doing.
The witness has been sworn. Make sure you speak loud and clear into the microphone so everyone can hear what you have to say. Okay?
Witness is seated, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Afternoon.
If I can have yourself, can you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name, please?
Priscilla Pringle, Pringle.
Ms. Pringle, where do you work?
Daytona Beach Police Department.
What do you do at the Daytona Beach Police Department?
I am a crime analyst.
Can you describe to the jury what a crime analyst does?
We investigate real-time and/or past crimes or incidents that happen in Daytona Beach.
Could you give us an example of maybe something that you would do on a daily basis?
After information is done on the scene, it's sent to our criminal investigation unit, and I help investigate or help with the cases.
What about in reference to the license plate readers in the city? Do you also have a role with those, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe what that role is?
So I log into that system daily, which is a running system daily throughout our county. And those hits come out, whatever comes through NCIC, FCIC, missing persons.
Now, I understand what you're talking about, but if we can slow it down and explain that to the jury. When you say if a hit comes down, first off, can you tell us what NCIC and FCIC is?
So it's our national unit that, like, stolen vehicles, or if someone goes missing or you're reporting a crime, that vehicle will go in that system, meaning the tag will go in that system. And if it passes through one of our LPR systems, it will alert us.
And I think we've heard before, an LPR is a license plate reader.
Yes, correct.
So is it a computerized system if the license plate reader reads a license plate that's already been entered into the NCIC system, it alerts you?
Yes. Yes, sir.
You don't have to go through every license plate that goes through Daytona Beach and try and look for it?
No, sir.
If I could bring your attention now to, it would have been June 23rd, 2021. Were you working that day, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a time where there was a license plate reader hit at Site 1 that you actually ultimately sent an email out on?
Yes, sir.
Can you approach the witness, Judge?
May.
I'm going to approach and show you what's been marked as states.
Yes.
as Stace G. Can you take a look at that for a moment, ma'am? You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Is this the email you sent out that day?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate reproduction or printout of that?
Yes, sir.
Anything seem to be changed or altered?
No, sir.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. At this time, Judge, the state would move in Stace G.
No objection. Without objection, will be admitted as evidence.
May I publish the jury, Judge?
You may do so.
So, what we're looking at right here, if I can, the top line here, ma'am, is that from you?
Yes, sir.
Is
That's
that
fine.
your email address?
Yes, sir.
Now, the time you sent it on there, do you recall what time it was you sent it?
12:20.
12:20 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Who, now, if we look at the to line, it says 2 police department sworn officers. Do you know who's in that user group, ma'am?
All sworn police officers for Daytona Beach Police Department.
So any patrol officer in there, any detective would also receive that?
Yes, sir.
And basically, the subject then is in reference to, this is the tag, the CXV8444.
Yes, sir.
Now, in looking at this, are you the one who generates where it says stolen vehicle that keeps hitting site 1?
Yes, sir.
You just type that in there?
Yes.
And is that based on the license plate reader information being funneled to you?
Yes. Yes, sir.
And then the information about what kind of vehicle in the tag, is that you who enters that?
Yes, I typed that.
And also, it says here, stolen vehicle, Frenchies were in the vehicle when it was stolen.
Yes, sir.
Do you know what that meant, or?
Oh, Frenchies are dogs.
Okay, so the information here was a stolen vehicle, and there were dogs that were in the vehicle when it was stolen.
Yes, sir.
Now, we see this photograph right here. Where does that photograph come from?
Site 1, which is one of our license plate readers.
So that's an actual photograph from the vehicle going through the license plate reader?
Yes, sir.
And then if we look next to it where it says CXV844, is this an actual blow-up of the license plate?
Yes, sir.
As part of your job, though, do you have to verify that the license plate reader gets it correct?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Why is that? Is it wrong sometimes?
Yeah, sometimes it's wrong. And so we always verify once it hits. Check it, review it, run it, and then make sure it's accurate.
Okay. And down here, this is your signature line, Priscilla Pringle, Daytona Beach?
Yes, sir.
After you sent this email out on the 23rd at 12:20 p.m., did you receive any returned error messages or non-deliverable messages to that user group?
No, sir.
May I have just a moment, Judge?
Yes.
No further questions, Judge.
Any cross-examination?
Do you want this up too?
No.
Okay.
From 3-1 You may proceed.
Good afternoon.
Site 1, where is that located?
International Speedway.
And does it tell you when the car would have hit Site 1?
Are you referring to?
As far as when you get, this car keeps hitting Site 1, what time did it hit Site 1?
If I sent the email out, I can't tell you the exact time it hit, but it had to be between 2 and 3 minutes.
From the time that you sent
He
it
sent
out?
the email out.
And you sent it to all sworn officers within Daytona Beach Police Department?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Lewis asked you if you got any undeliverables or anything like that back, correct?
Correct.
All right, did you get any read receipts from Jason Rayner?
I don't have receipts on my email.
So can you say here today that Jason Rayner ever opened up that email?
I cannot.
So can you say whether he even saw that email?
I cannot.
I have nothing else.
Thank you, Director.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Will the witness be excused, state?
Excused, yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. You will excuse subpoena and free to return to work. State, call your next witness, please.
The state would call Letitia Lamagna. I'm sorry, sir? Letitia Lamagna, Lemagna. Yeah.
It said she was already sworn, Judge.
Yeah, she was sworn earlier, for the record. Make sure you speak loud and clear into the microphone, okay, so we can hear what you have to say.
Okay.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you doing?
Good afternoon. I'm doing well.
Good. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Okay. My name's Letitia Lamagna. I'm the city clerk for the city of Daytona Beach.
And now your name is, just spell-wise, can you spell your first and last name? Tell
Sure.
us.
First name is Letitia. Last name is Lamagna. It's Lamagna.
What is your job duties as the city clerk of Daytona Beach?
Among other things, I'm the custodian of records for the city of Daytona Beach. That includes the police and fire department. And so my office also does the public record requests.
So are you responsible for the emails that would go through Daytona Beach Police Department?
If for a record request, yes, I would be responsible.
Were you asked to search through Officer Jason Rayner's emails sometime in June of 2022?
Yes, I was.
What were you asked to look for in those emails, ma'am?
I was asked to look for a Leo exempt email for a plate. It was CXV8444.
How do you go about doing that research through his email?
So we use what's called Microsoft Purview. It's a search mechanism to search through the city's exchange system.
So let me ask this question. All of the emails that are generated, received, or sent out from the Daytona Beach Police Department, are those stored in a cloud somewhere and then you have access to those?
Yes, they're stored in an exchange cloud.
And for Microsoft Purview, can you explain how you would go in there and locate Officer Rayner's emails?
So I can do what's called a content search. So it will ask me simple questions, usually like a keyword search. So I'll name the search, and then it will allow me to pick whether that's everyone in the cities, and that includes the police and fire, everyone's emails, or if I want to look in a specific email account. And I chose to look in his specific email account.
So you can funnel down from the entire emails to just a specific person?
Correct.
Are you able to further, I guess, filter through that by date and time?
I can filter through by date, and I can filter through by subject, which is what I did in this case.
When you ran the search for that CXV 8444, what did you, how many emails did you find?
In in Jason Rayner's, I found 2.
Okay. And do you remember what the dates of those were?
The one was from I believe it was June 21st of 2021. That was from Volusia County, Abolo. And I found the second one that was submitted by Ms. Pringle to all sworn department officers was the email address that it went to.
Approach the witness, Judge. I'm going to approach and show you what's marked as State H. You can take a look at that. Do you recognize that name?
Yes, I do.
Is that one of the emails, the one from the June 21st?
Yes.
You located in Officer Reagan's email?
Yes.
Anything seem to be changed or altered about any set that is printed out?
No.
Thank you very much. Because this time the state movement states H.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, admitted as 7.
Judge, may I publish to the jury? So, Ms. Lamaga, are you able to, you see this email here?
Yes.
Is this the June 23rd, 2021 email you located in Officer Rainer's email?
Yes.
And now I'm showing you what's in evidence, I believe it states 5. Is that correct? Yes, states 5. Is this the other email you located in Officer Rainer's email?
Yes.
And this was dated, it says VC3 bulletins at the top, and it was dated June 21st, 2021 at 8:46?
Yes.
And specifically, when you searched, did it show this section right here in there?
Yes, it hit on the tag, the CXV8444.
Can you read what this, just read it out loud for the record so we have that?
Attempt to locate stolen vehicle, Ormond Beach. On June 21st, 2 unidentified suspects stole the victim's gray 2014 Honda CRV bearing Florida temporary tag CXV8444 from the parking lot of Econo Lodge located at 1614 North US 1. The victim's vehicle was left unlocked and running and also had 8 French bulldogs inside. The suspects are described as a black female and a black male in their 20s. See bulletin stolen vehicle.
Now, when you ultimately went into Officer Rainer's, well, let me back up to this email right here. This email that Ms. Pringle sent out, were you able to go back in Ms. Pringle's email to see if there was any responses from her to other officers or other officers indicating they received this?
I was able to find one officer, at least one officer that responded back to ask what Frenchies were.
So the indication there was that officer received it and then responded?
Responded back within a minute or two.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to show you, well, let's talk about the method of, once you go into Microsoft Purview, how do you export the data of the emails so that it's usable or you can read it?
So once the software has completed the search, it allows me to download the emails in what's called a .pst format.
And for the jurors, a PST format, is that something that you can download into your Outlook and open up?
Yes, you have to open it up in Outlook. I can't just click on it and open it from my computer.
What you can just describe, I'm sure most of the jurors are aware of what Outlook is, but can you just tell us just what Outlook is?
So for the city of Daytona Beach, they use the Microsoft Outlook email service. So each one of us have an email account, and we use Microsoft Outlook to open our emails that come through the account, through the Exchange system.
Now, I'm just going to show you, for demonstrative purposes, looking at a email. Is this what Officer Rainer email would have looked like when you opened it up in the Outlook?
When I provided it, yes, to the officers.
Correct. And then, so specifically,
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah.
No, this is PST file, the actual from their system. I was gonna have her do it in court. It should take 15 minutes. Okay, so, and I can certainly have her do it in court if we need to.
Is that your honor? Okay, and, all right, so you're raising a discovery violation.
Yes.
I guess what is on the screen right now is that what it is?
Yeah, I'm trying to get in a position where I can see you, Your Honor. Yeah, we've never received a copy of this. It shows the PSTAS download. It shows an email from Jason Rayner's email account from Priscilla Pringle and Volusia County Crime Center, but we've never received this discovery.
Okay, state.
Judge, this is just what Ms. LaMagna utilized to provide us the documents we sent to everybody. Instead of her having to step me down and just take like 20 minutes in court and generate the file to show them where it is on there, we just had it ready to go done. If the court wants us to, we can have her walk through the whole process. She can show how she would go through it normally.
So you never produced this item for the defense?
Right, we're not putting this into evidence, we're just showing how she loaded it in there and would look at it.
The other thing, Your Honor, is it looks like looking at his mailbox, he has only 2 items in his mailbox. So that's all he would see is those 2 things.
And this is for Officer Rayner's mailbox?
Correct, and I can have her explain and we can open up. Because you have to load it in. It's not. But you have to load it into your Outlook, so it's loaded in Outlook here on the screen. But what I was going to say is, we can have her upload the whole thing. There's, I think, what would you say, 14 emails that day?
I believe I can upload them into your computer.
Never received them.
Well, I guess I have to conduct a Richardson hearing. Obviously, information was not provided beforehand. What exactly are you trying to show? I'm not sure what exactly you're trying to prove by this.
I'm just showing that when it was received by Officer Rayner, based on when she loads it in the email. That's it. I can ask her and just shut the exhibit down.
This is Jason's, he's using his email as a document.
I think this is kind of material stuff. It's at the very heart of what we're doing here. So, how does that prejudice the defense in any fashion?
Well, Your Honor,
You've known that the email was sent.
we knew the email was sent. I knew that they said that it was there, but it looks like when you look at that, it's like, oh, he has 2 emails in the inbox, even though they're going to try to explain that, no, there's all these other emails, but there's 2 emails. And then it's other, also it's not even his box, it's Jason Lewis's box. And I understand you have to download it to Outlook, but it's not downloaded to Ms. LaMagna's box, so it just gives it the identity that he obviously saw.
I'll sustain the objection. The county minister.
Okay, I'll just have her
If you
explain
wanna
it,
have her
Judge.
do whatever she needs to do. Don't know if she can, but. Okay, you ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Let me do it. Sustain the objection. Wait, hold on. Can you tell me, hold on for just 1 second? How long is it going to take you to do what you want to do?
Probably about 15.
15 minutes?
15 to 20 minutes, yeah.
Okay.
We had it
If
set
I
up where
can-
she could do it in here if she wanted to, but it took a long time practicing.
Well,
If they want us to, we can.
I guess, have a seat. What we'll do is go ahead and try to load up whatever it is we're gonna load up.
I'm not gonna load up anything else, Judge. I'll just have her explain what she did.
Oh, so you're not gonna put it up?
I won't even put it up, Judge.
But as I say, even if she's able to open it up and show it from her computer or whatever computer, we never received it. So it doesn't matter what she's able to pull up from her computer now or his computer and show to us, we've never received it.
Well, she testified to this.
And she did a deposition with them.
So I'm surprised that you guys are, I guess you're prejudiced by the fact that there's no image of it. But she testified at the last hearing, and I know what she said at the last hearing.
Right, and
That she could see that it was in his box, she couldn't tell whether it was open or not. I think that's the
That's-
ultimate conclusion.
that's the ultimate conclusion.
So I'm surprised that you say you're somewhat prejudiced, but I recognize that. I think it was misleading just to have two items in a box that probably had, as she's saying, 14 items. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. So, but I think she's entitled to explain whatever she's gonna explain. So if you're not gonna put it up.
No, I'll just have her explain it, Judge.
Then we're ready for the jury. Bring the jury. All right, the jury. Receive, Your Honor. Thank you.
May I approach, Judge? I'm going to show you what is in evidence of case 5, which is the email about the license plate reader, the one from June 23rd, 2021. Have you had an opportunity to see what time that might have been received in Officer Rayner's email? Can you tell us what time that was, ma'am?
12:20 PM.
Have you had an opportunity to look at Officer Rayner's email on the 23rd, the full, all the stuff, you know, even including stuff that doesn't have anything to do with that you're searching for?
I did do a search where I just searched for the date and not for this specific tag number. Yes.
Did he have multiple emails in his email?
Yes.
Was there, and when I say multiple, are we talking more than 10?
Around 10 or 13.
Did you look at those other emails around the time window of his, when he received this one at 12:20, and to see if he received emails subsequently after?
Yes, I looked to see if he received emails subsequently after. And
Did
he
you
did.
speak up and get closer to the-
I'm sorry. Yes, I did see that he received emails after that.
And those were emails after. Was there also emails before that he received?
Yes.
And you can't tell based on your search though whether or not Officer Rayner opened it. You can just tell us that it was received in his email.
Correct. I can only tell whether it was received. I can't tell if it was read or not.
Just have one moment, Judge.
Yes.
No further questions, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
You can just hold on to those.
Listening to a cat.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello.
So, all you can tell us is that there were two emails received by Jason Rayner, one on June 21st and June 23rd, right?
Correct.
And you went in through this whole elaborate process to pull that out, right?
Correct.
Wouldn't it be easier just to open up his email and look and see if those emails are there?
I would have to, you would have to log in as Jason Rayner in order to go into his account outside of, through the exchange system.
And then once you logged in to Jason Rayner's account, you'd be able to look and say, that was open, that wasn't open.
I can't make a comment on that, I don't
Well,
know.
when you open up an email, it says it is being opened, right?
Correct.
So you'd assume that most email systems work that way.
I believe so,
But
yes.
instead of going and looking and see if he actually opened them, it's rather just rely on the fact that, well, he received it, so he has to open it. Right?
No, all I'm testifying to is that he received it. I'm not testifying to anything else.
You have no idea whether he opened it or not.
I'm not, do not.
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Yes.
Just briefly, Judge. Ma'am, just so we're clear, you can't just go into Officer Rayner's email and enter his password. You actually have to do it the way you do it, right?
Yes, I have to go in through the back end. So like the exchange would be like a cable box and the Outlook that we all use would be like your TVs. It's actually coming through the exchange.
Right, so when the defense says you can just log into Jason Rayner's email and look at that, you don't have access.
No, I do not.
Thank you.
Somebody else must have access to this computer, though, don't they?
That I don't know.
Thank you very much. May it witness the excuse statement.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You are released this evening. Thank you. Stay on your next witness. Did you call a witness?
He's calling Taisha, Your Honor, Taisha.
Taisha Lewis,
They're going to get him.
Our witness was not sworn earlier.
No,
No,
sir.
sir.
Yes.
Lewis, step out up here. Stand right here, face square, raise your right hand, be sworn in. Just another closer to the mic.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding, so help you God?
Yes.
Good afternoon. Make sure you speak loud and clear into the microphone. You mind leaning forward a little bit, that everyone can hear what you have to say. We proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, ma'am. You gotta talk really loud, though.
Hi, how are you?
Good, ma'am. Can you tell us your name and spell your last name?
Yes, Taisha Lewis. Last name is Lewis.
And how do you spell your first name, too, ma'am?
Tyesha.
Ms. Lewis, do you know Othal Wallace?
Yes,
How do you know Othal Wallace?
he's my kid's father.
How long have you known him for?
About 7 or 8 years now.
Where were you living back on June 23rd, 2021?
On Kingston in Daytona Beach, Florida.
Do you know the address?
133 Kingston Avenue,
Was that an apartment there?
apartment number 8.
Who did you live there with?
Me and my kids.
Did Mr. Wallace sometimes stay there?
Yes,
Back then on June 23rd, 2021, were you working there?
I was.
Where were you working at?
I was a manager at McDonald's.
What was your normal shift?
I was the opening manager, so I would go in around 4 or 5, get off at 2 o'clock p.m.
That specific day, did you go into work?
Yes,
Got off right around 2:30?
yes,
Was Othal Wallace also working at McDonald's with you?
yes.
Do you know what shift he would work?
He was also opener, but he got off a little bit later than me. So I can't remember his exact schedule for that day, but
Sure. When you got off, what did you do that day?
my daughter was in gymnastics at the time, so we went home, showered, got her dressed for gymnastics, and we left to Port Orange.
Did you have contact, did you see Othal Wallace at work that day?
Yes.
Is that the last time you saw him that day?
Yes.
Subsequent or after, when you left for gymnastics with your daughter and stuff, did you have any phone contact with Othal?
No, the only thing was he said that he was going to go see his daughter to bake some cupcakes or something, and that was the last time we talked.
Tell us what happens after gymnastics.
After gymnastics, we went home. She's sweaty, bathed again. I had a drink, and we went to bed.
Did there come a time where you got woken up in the middle of the night?
Yes.
Or not in the middle of the night, but in the evening, night hours?
Yes.
Can you describe what happened and what would get you?
I just heard a bunch of commotion. My apartment complex, the walls are very thin, so if someone walks by or if there even a car pulls in, normally I can hear it. So I just heard a bunch of commotion, a bunch of yelling, a bunch of running backwards and forth. I thought it was maybe a fight or something going on in the parking lot. So I went to the window just to see what was going on. Couldn't really see. I went outside, and that's when I realized what was going on.
What did you see going on outside there?
I just heard someone yelling, we need towels, we need towels. He's bleeding, we need towels. So I was like, well, I have a bunch of towels. Like, what's going on? You guys need towels. So I brought out a towel or two, and then I handed the towel to the person. It was a pedestrian, I'm guessing. And then I kind of like looked down, got scared, and ran back in my house.
Did you see any police out there at that time?
I saw a police car.
Okay. Did you stay in your house at that time?
Yes.
Did there come a time where an officer knocked on your door?
Yes.
Do you remember talking to that officer?
I don't remember what was said, no.
Okay. What kind of vehicle did Othal Wallace drive?
I don't remember what it's called, but it's an SUV.
Is it a Honda SUV?
I believe so.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
Maybe I'm going to show you what is marked for identification purposes as AA. Can I approach it? Can you take a look at these first several photographs? Does that appear to be car that Othal Wallace would be driving at that time?
Yes, the color looks a little bit different, I guess, in the light, but yes.
So the photograph in this picture is just the lighting is off, but this does look like a vehicle to drive.
Yes.
Do you know whose vehicle it was?
I'm not sure. I don't believe it was his, probably someone he knows. I'm not sure.
Are you gonna be using the?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, somehow you muted the one camera.
I don't know, I think we pulled it.
I just, it's okay, it's okay.
It's right here.
Did it come loose?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I see that.
Now the video has to be restarted. Okay, it's on.
After the officer came to your door and you spoke to them, do you remember trying to call Othal Wallace to try and locate him?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Judge?
May.
I'm going to approach and show you what's marked as states. You take a look at that, see if you can recognize that. Okay. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the vehicle that Othal Wallace was driving?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously, this is a screenshot from some device. You didn't take this photo, but this is the vehicle you drive?
Yes.
And can you tell by looking at the photograph, is that Othal Wallace in the photograph? Okay. Judge, at this time, the statement moving states. No objection.
Without objection, admitted as evidence.
And now I'm showing you what's in evidence of state 7. This is Othal Wallace's vehicle?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. And the person sitting in the driver's seat, that's Othal Wallace?
Yes.
Does this look like it's in the parking lot where you live in? If you can tell, I don't know if you can.
It's kind of dark, but yes.
May I approach the witness, Judge? I'm going to approach and show you what's marked as states Q. It's a composite. Are you able to identify me with these photographs?
Yes.
Is this Othal Wallace?
Yes.
Does this time the statement move in states Q?
No objection. Without objection, admitted as evidence.
I'm now showing you what's marked as 8A in evidence. Is this the photograph? Can you identify who's in that photograph?
That's my baby's father, Othal Wallace.
Okay. And then in 8B, is this also Othal Wallace?
Yes.
Approach the witness, Judge. I'm going to approach and show you what's marked as states K. Now R, I'm sorry, states R. Can you take a look at that? Have you listened to this CD before?
Yes.
Okay. And the voice says on there that Othal Wallace?
Objection, lack of foundation, lack of predicate. He's leading the witness to suggest the contents of the file without us knowing what's on it.
Overrule us of the leading. Do you lay a little predicate for that?
I can, Judge. She's listened to this this recording and she's going to identify the voice on it. We're not going to move it.
I will rule it for now. Go ahead and finish the predicate.
Sure. Have you listened to this CD, man?
Yes.
How do you know you listened to the CD?
Because I signed it.
Okay, so you're
Make sure you keep up the voice up.
I'm sorry, because I signed it.
And you dated it?
Yes.
And the voice on the CD, is that Othal Wallace?
Yes.
That's all, Judge, for now.
Okay. All right. I'll overrule the objection. Are you submitting it to evidence?
Not this time, Judge.
Okay. Did you identify it as an ID number?
Yes, R.
Thank you.
just have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
No further questions this time, Judge.
Any cross-examination?
I'm going to move it.
I would like you.
Oh, you want to use it? Yeah, yeah. Just back. Okay.
Good afternoon. You lived in the apartment 8 with Mr. Wallace, is that correct?
With my kids, he comes over to see his kids.
Okay. Did you live there as of a few months? Were you living with him there?
Like I said, I live there with my kids, and he comes over to see his kids.
Have you been, were you ever residing in that apartment complex at apartment number 8 with Othal Wallace? Would you characterize it as residing in that apartment?
I don't understand the question.
Would you agree that you were residing, meaning living there full-time with Othal Wallace for 3 months as of June 23rd, 2020?
No.
Okay. Do you remember having your deposition taken on May 24th, 2022?
No.
Okay. Would you, Your Honor, may I approach?
May.
Okay. I'd like just to perhaps refresh your recollection, I'm going to direct your attention to the bottom of page 7, line 25, over to line 6 on page 8. Okay? You grab, and you, your deposition is here.
Yes.
And then I'll give you this page 7.
Yes.
All right. And you can just go ahead and read, and it's line 25 on page 7 to line 8. Or excuse me, line 6 on page 8.
Back in June of two.
You can just read it yourself, ma'am. I'm sorry, I wasn't clear about that.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Ask your question.
Yes. Do you agree that the truth of the matter is back in June of 2021, you two, you and Othal, were residing together at 133 Kingston Avenue, apartment 8?
No, I probably said it wrong, but in those 3 months, he's in and out all the time.
You would agree with me that on May 24, 2022, you showed up for your deposition, right?
Yes.
I think we went in person. You remember that? We were at the state attorney's office?
I don't remember.
Do you remember being sworn to tell the truth?
If I don't remember the actual situation, then how could I remember that?
Okay, do you agree that the specific question that I asked you was as follows on page 7, line 25? Back in June of 2021, you two were residing together at 133 Kingston Avenue, apartment number 8. Do you agree that I've accurately read the question that I asked you? Okay. Would you agree with me that that's a very straightforward question?
Yes.
Okay, and your answer was yes?
Yes.
Okay, and your testimony here is different than the testimony that you provided on May 24, 2020?
Yeah, it's definitely different because that's not accurate.
So now your testimony is that he was just staying there sometimes?
Right, to see his kids. He's always in and out, traveling, doing whatever he does.
Regardless, it is the case that he was welcome in this
Oh,
parking lot
absolutely.
on June 23rd?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. It wouldn't be unreasonable for him to be in that parking lot because from time to time he stayed?
Right, of course.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page with that. And you have 2 children in common with Mr. Wallace?
Yes.
He worked that day, it seems like the same hours he worked?
Yeah, well, sometimes. It all depends.
But on June 23rd, y'all got off around, what, 2:30?
I got off at 2 o'clock.
Do you know what time he got off that day?
I do not.
And would you have gone back to the apartment with him after the work shift and had some interaction there?
No.
Okay, you two parted ways?
Correct.
All right.
2 separate cars.
And the last time you would have seen him would have been at work at McDonald's?
Correct.
And then you said you had a phone call with him prior to everything coming to light with with what happened in the parking lot, right?
It was a text message of him letting me know that when I got back from gymnastics practice, he wasn't going to be there because he was going to be with his other child.
Gotcha. And was that the case when you got back? He wasn't there yet?
Correct.
Do you know approximately what time you got back?
I would say no later than 5:30, maybe 6 o'clock.
And at 5, he's not back, but that doesn't alarm you because he told you that?
Right, he let me know he wasn't going to be there.
And in terms of this particular screenshot, there's a time on the top right-hand side of things, right?
Yes.
This is a military time, it says 2050.
Right.
Did you know that Mr. Wallace was in the parking lot at that time?
I did not. I was inside sleeping.
Ma'am, a few moments ago, Mr. Lewis had asked you some questions about a photograph of the vehicle that Mr. Wallace was driving that night, right?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? I'm just approaching with one of the composite exhibits, and then I'm also, that hasn't been entered, it's IDAA, and then I'm also approaching the witness with what has been entered as exhibit 5. I think previously you had identified this as being consistent with your understanding of Mr. Wallace's vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, do you have a clear observation of the rear lights on this vehicle?
In the picture,
Yes, ma'am.
I see one side, not the other.
Okay. In terms of that light, do you see that pretty clearly?
Yes.
All right, and then do you see anything on top of the vehicle that's any kind of distinguishing characteristic?
That I would recognize the car.
Yes. What do you see on the top?
On the top, I see whatever that little triangle thing is, and
And let's just go with the triangle thing and start there. So on.
Because I'm going to object, this is the province of the jury to compare the photographs to make a determination. Ms. Lewis is not an expert.
Not asking for any expert, I'm merely asking for her observations of the photograph.
I'll let you go for a little bit. I may stay in.
Do you see the same thing on the top in exhibit 5?
no.
And how about the rear lights? Do the lights look different?
Yeah, they're completely different.
And how long did it take you to discern that? May I ask you a question?
Instantly.
About 1 second?
Instantly.
Thanks. In this parking lot here, if I was driving down Kingston Avenue, there would be no way for me to even know what was going on at this location if I'm driving down Kingston, right?
Correct.
Right. And in terms of the orientation from the front of this vehicle to the apartment, can you tell the jury a little bit about how far that is?
Well, the parking lot is very small compared to where the car parks in the building. It's not really that far. The parking lot is pretty small.
And in turn, is the orientation of this vehicle such that if Mr. Wallace were to walk out, would he basically walk straight across the parking lot and enter into his unit?
Correct.
Okay. I know I've been there in the past, but just to give a little bit of a reference, is the distance between the parking lot and where you would enter into the apartments much further from where I'm standing to the wall that's behind you?
It's about the same distance. It's that small.
And there's a car that's right next to this vehicle, right? In the picture as well, right?
Yes.
And have you parked in this parking lot?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your experience when you park in this parking lot that the distance between one car and the other is quite cramped, maybe an arm's length?
Yeah, it's very close.
Okay. And have you ever opened up your car door when there's been a car on the other side of you? Is it possible for you to get beyond the open car door with another car next to you?
No, it's so small that I have to tell my kids, be careful, you're going to hit the car next to you when you open the door. Very small.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Judge. Ma'am, if we look at this photograph right here, Can you see the taillights?
No, see the front of the car.
Right, so the taillights are behind the car, right?
Yes,
Abutting the shrubbery that's all back there that covers up whatever's back there?
yes.
Okay. And you can't see the antenna there, can you, ma'am?
No, it's too dark.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, thank you. Any redirect? Sorry, Mr. Cross.
Ma'am, is there a traditional parking curb right behind the vehicle? Do you notice that in the bottom left-hand side of the...
Yes, there's like the little parking, little hump, yeah.
And then there's some space, maybe a couple feet between the parking curb and the shrubbery?
No, there's no space.
Okay. There's not any space between this curb and the shrubbery there?
No, it's like if you step past the curb, you're gonna be in the, like hitting the fence pretty much.
And do you see anything in this particular picture that would obscure one's ability to look at the passenger side of the vehicle?
No, it's clear.
And if one was coming up to the passenger side of the vehicle, they would have an observation of those rear taillights that you looked at?
I'm going to object as to speculation, Judge.
Same.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Any redirect?
I don't have any redirect.
Okay, is the witness be excused? State.
She's excused, Judge.
I'm sorry?
Yes, Your Honor, she's excused.
All right, sidebar just for a moment. Hold on, ma'am, hold on. You are released from this appeal. You're excused. State call next witness.
State will call Sergeant Joseph Surf. He's been sworn, Judge.
You done with the proceeding?
I'm just fixing the connection.
I think we will get some WD-40, Judge, or something.
Sorry?
Maybe we'll get some WD-40 or something.
The witness was sworn earlier.
Yes, sir.
Be sure to speak loud and clear into the microphone, please.
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the folks in the courtroom?
My name is Joseph Michael Surf. I work for Daytona Beach Police Department.
In what capacity? What's your rank?
I'm a patrol sergeant,
How long you been with Daytona Beach PD?
a little over 21 years.
And is it all your, has your entire law enforcement career been with Daytona Beach PD?
It has.
Okay. How about walking us through a little bit the various positions you've had and what you've done in your 21-plus career as a law enforcement officer?
I originally started in patrol, did that for about 2.5 years. I went to street crimes, which was a low-level narcotics, vice crimes thing. And then to special investigations unit, which was narcotics also, but mid to upper level stuff. And then I went to the high-intensity drug trafficking areas task force. Basically, it's a group of cities in the county and they work upper-level narcotics investigations. And then in 2020, I was promoted to sergeant.
So tell me, what does the sergeant with the Daytona Beach Police Department do? What are your duties and responsibilities?
Well, you'll have a platoon of officers on nights, so they're usually a little bit younger. We train them, you review the reports, supervise calls for service that they're on, assist with complicated calls for service, counsel them if they need it, mentor them, try to create a positive morale for the shift.
Okay. Did you know Officer Jason Rayner?
I did.
Was he on your shift?
He was.
Were you his supervisor?
I was.
And were you his supervisor for the entire time since you became sergeant until he was shot on June 23rd, 2021?
I was.
Were you working the night that he was shot?
I was.
Were you a supervising sergeant that night?
I was.
Did you have any contact with him that evening before he was shot?
Maybe in passing. No real conversations I recall.
Okay, so you don't recall any content of any conversation,
No, sir.
correct? Okay. And talk to us a little bit about his area of responsibility, or where he was assigned and where he might wind up.
We have 8 different zones within the district, and we go from the railroad tracks to the beach. And in between, we also have the river. So we have the Ridgewood units, we call it, and then we have the beachside units. So on the Ridgewood side, on the north end, you got 56 zone, 57 zone, and 58 zone. And then, so any unit that you have they're usually Charlie 50-something. But we also have 70 units that we use that are the more senior guys that have a little bit more empowerment to go to both sides of the river to help out on calls or to do other things.
Is that was that the situation with Officer Jason Rayner?
Yes, he was 77.
So he was free to move about in different zones?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with the area where Officer Jason Rayner was shot?
I am.
Had you been there before?
I had.
Was the location known to you?
Yes.
Why is that?
It's a high crime area. We'd recently had a rash of shootings and also known narcotic location. So there's been complaints generated by the public in that area, along with other incidents that we responded to.
Place you needed to have a police presence?
Yes.
Would you consider the area, the parking lot where you found Officer Jason Rayner, is it secluded?
Yes.
Not visible from the road?
It's not.
Little or no lighting back there?
Yes.
Did you consider it part of Officer Rayner's responsibility to patrol areas like that?
Absolutely.
Now, it's a high crime area with shootings that are going on. Is that something that you and your officers face typically on a daily basis?
The shootings, maybe not on a daily basis, but quite often, yes, we deal with some violent crime, probably on a daily basis.
Want to touch briefly on a ball luggage regarding a stolen vehicle. Are you familiar with license plate readers?
I am.
And are you familiar with how they work as far as reading license plates? And would you agree, or is it true that these license plate readers have the ability, amazing ability actually, to capture a tag number and then put it in some kind of database? And did they also check that database to see if somehow that particular tag or whatever it might be was input in there for some reason?
Yes, it does.
Now, let me talk to you about that a little bit. Did you use that database, or what was your proficiency with pulling up that database and looking into it?
I was given access to it. I hadn't really learned how to use it, but I knew some of the other officers that did, and I would rely on them to help me with it.
And what about Officer Jason Rayner? He helped you with it?
Yes.
Did he appear to know what he was doing?
He knew how to operate the system.
Sorry?
Objection, speculation.
Did he help you?
He helped me. If I need something, I would go to Jason if it was having to do with LPRs.
And is it your understanding the BOLO was distributed by email?
Yes.
Was it distributed in other ways too?
It was sent out through our, we call them MDTs, it's a mobile transport, it's our computer, and it's the system. They were sent out through that, and then also over the radio.
So it was actually broadcast over the radio? Yes. And I assume all the folks on patrol working that evening, their radios were operational?
Yes.
And was this BOLO that we were talking about, was the vehicle described? In
Yes.
the BOLO, it operates some kind of description.
It was given out by description over the radio, and then, you know, on the MDTs, it would just list the description of it, and then on the email is actually a photo of the back of the vehicle.
Okay. What about Officer Rayner? You said he was proficient with the LPRs in the database. What about his emails? You were the supervising sergeant. Did you have occasion to observe if he was conscientious or not about checking his emails?
He was, because oftentimes I would send out emails to them, he would respond to them. I've been with him at his vehicle when he had his emails up.
Is the purpose for sending out any BOLO to the officers so that those officers will be aware of it and on the lookout for it themselves?
Yes, actually BOLO stands for Be on the Lookout, so that's why it's being sent out. So keep an eye out for it.
So looking for a BOLO, or looking for whether it's a vehicle, a missing person, whatever it is, that's what you consider that part of the, within the scope of the duties and responsibilities of a police officer?
Yes.
A good thing?
Absolutely.
Seeking to prevent crime, proactive policing?
Correct.
Did there come a time when you became concerned for Officer Jason Rayner's safety?
Yes.
Did it have to do with the radio and him calling out? Didn't respond, is that correct?
He did not respond.
And that's a red flag, right?
Correct.
So, do you have the capability, to know where your officers are?
Yes.
Tell us about it.
There's a system called Force Watch. It's throughout the county. So all the vehicle computers have a GPS plugged into them. So on my computer, I can see where my officers' vehicles are located.
Okay. Were there efforts to reach out to Officer Rayner on the radio?
Yes, we called, there's some officers had called, and then dispatch called them again, no response. I told dispatch to put out an alert tone, which gives us radio silence, and then they do the loud to get anybody's attention in case you didn't hear it. You can hear the beep, and then no response.
Let's talk, you said an alert tone. Does that tone, what's the purpose of that for the folks that hear it? The police officers that hear it?
That we're trying to locate somebody, or occasionally they can do it before a big call comes out. But the alert tone is in case, you're talking to somebody, you might not hear your radio, or the volume might have gone down, but you hear the beep, 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 and they get your attention, like, oh, what's going on? And then you realize they'll call your call sign again, and you're like, oh, they're talking to me on code 4.
Were you able to determine a likely location for Officer Jason Raynor?
Yes, from the Force Watch system, it appeared that his vehicle was behind the building at 133 Kingston.
I'm sorry, what do you call the system?
Force Watch.
Force?
Force. F-O-R-C-E, watch.
Just briefly, do officers, police officers, you, your squad, your crew, your platoon, do y'all have the capability of talking on the radio in the vehicle itself?
Yes.
And also on foot?
Yes.
And that's would that be a portable radio that you're equipped with?
Yes, portable.
Is that like the one you've got there on you're wearing there?
Yes, sir.
And is that a microphone on your shoulder?
It is.
Okay, and if you want to transmit, you're outside of your car, interacting, whatever it is you're doing, you want to transmit, do you use your hand in order to transmit?
Yes, you have to come up and press the button on the side, hold it down, you hear a beep, and then you broadcast.
And you have to hold it down until you're done.
Correct.
Broadcasting.
Yes.
Where were you when you heard or you got concerned about Officer Jason Raynor and you started this Force Watch or looked in that application to locate him? Where were you?
I was at the Beachside Precinct handling some of my admin duties on my computer. So it's just on the other side of the river.
Okay, and a precinct is like a substation or an office for the police department?
Yes.
It's not the headquarters?
No.
But it's for that area or vicinity?
Yes, for District 2.
And so what did you do at that point, Sergeant?
When I saw where he possibly was, I put that out over the radio to tell the guys that were responding, because we had everyone heading that way. And then I went immediately to my vehicle and started that direction.
Did you get there?
Yes.
So, once you arrive, what's your mission or your goal? What are you trying to accomplish?
To find out, to make sure he's okay if he needs assistance. We were on our way there to help an officer.
Okay, and what happened when you got there?
On the way there, one of the officers had transmitted that we had a gunshot wound to the head. I arrived. There were 2 officers on scene. I was talking to them, trying to get whatever information they had from him, because he was still talking to us somewhat, and trying to come up with a suspect. But at the same time, I was more worried about getting rescue there. So it's simultaneous, both things we needed to have happen to get him to the hospital.
I know this might sound like a silly or a stupid question, but that was very traumatic was that very traumatic for you, what you were witnessing at that time?
Definitely a traumatic event for everyone involved.
For everyone. So, did you try to clear a way for a rescue to be able to get into this area?
Yes, I put it out over the radio to make sure that because a lot of times when we come in and we get to a call, everybody's quick to get there and we're parking our cars everywhere. And then we have to go back out to move the vehicle so we can let the emergency personnel in. It's just usually how it happens. I was quick to put it over the radio, make sure it's clear. That was because we wanted to get them in there quick. And then told another officer to go out there and also make sure that they could get in there unabated by vehicle.
Okay, and then what about once Officer Jason Raynor was taken and put in the ambulance, did you help clear a way an escort, so to speak, so that he could get to the hospital as soon as possible?
Yeah, we told evac that we would block off the intersection, so another officer and I would go ahead of rescue and block off the north side and the south side traffic, so they didn't have to slow down, they could go right through, and then we'd piggyback again and head up in front of them until they can make it to the hospital.
And evac, that's the ambulance service?
Yes,
You
sir.
call it evac? Okay. Now, there's another important thing that needs to be done at this point in time, right? Now that you know that Officer Jason Rayner has been shot in the head, and you're trying to figure out what happened, right?
Yes.
So what do you do?
Well, at the time, we were trying to get into his phone, because we have the Axon cameras that are attached to our chest. You don't have, the individual that it's assigned to has access to it through a phone app. So you can go in there and actually view your videos while you're writing your report, or that you can put in the case number and things like that. So initially, we were trying to to unlock Jason's phone. We weren't able to do that, so I sent the Axon camera with Officer Sizemore to the precinct, and that's where you're able to dock it. We have a secure closet. Once it's docked, that uploads it to evidence.com. So while we were doing this, I was assuming that that video was going to be uploaded, and then I wanted to get to that to see what we could find out.
So you gave the body cam to Sizemore?
Yes.
Sizemore took it to Beachside?
Beachside Precinct.
She docked it. What does that mean? Is she just plugging it in, or what? What does that mean, docking?
There's like banks of almost like a battery, maybe for like a power tool or something. You just plug it in, and then the light comes on it, and you can see that it's uploading.
So it's uploading and charging?
Yes, also.
Okay. And you said it's a secure area. What do you mean?
It's secure to get into the precinct, but then also there's a closet. It's upstairs. You have to use your key card to open that to get access to it. And then you have each platoon's got a different section for their cameras.
Okay. Is this something that's done every night at the end of shift, typically with the officers in their body-worn cameras?
It is.
Did you view that video?
I did.
So there was a video.
Yes.
Where did you view it?
Initially, when I was at the hospital, I couldn't get service, so then I went to our main station at 129 Valor, and I was able to access it from there.
Let me stop you. When you say you didn't get service, that means you didn't get the internet?
Correct.
You have to be on the internet in order to tap into evidence.com?
Correct.
So you did that?
Yes.
And you watched the video?
Yes.
Was it helpful in identifying a suspect?
Yes.
So what did you do? You watched the video. What was it you did then?
Everyone was on the radio. We were all trying to figure out what kind of suspect we had. So as soon as I could get to a frame where I could get a picture of something, and I started with the vehicle, I would email that out to department-wide and also to the Volusia County Crime Center, so they could send it out further than that. And then as I went, I took a picture of the suspect and did that also. Meanwhile, asking if CID could assist with downloading the whole video. I couldn't email the whole clip. It wouldn't email.
Right, that's like too big of a file or something, is that
Correct.
right? But you were getting pictures out of the car, is that right?
Of the vehicle and the suspect.
And the suspect. Do you know if somebody used those pictures to help identify the defendant in this case?
I know they were used to identify him.
Okay. Your Honor, may we approach for a moment?
Yes, sir. You need to go for it?
Yes, sir.
mid-afternoon recess, about 15-minute break for you. The lawyers and I have a little bit of work to do on these processes. 15 minutes, we'll talk about it.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, the jury's out. Why don't you go ahead and proffer the evidence?
Sergeant, have you, in your 21-plus career, how many times would you say you've come into contact with marijuana?
Hundreds, maybe, and over 1,000. I mean, a lot.
Okay. Are officers trained in how to recognize marijuana?
They are.
Tell me what you're looking for to try and identify or recognize what could be marijuana.
There's the sight of it, and also there's got a very unique pungent aroma to it.
Okay, so describe like you say visually, what are you looking for?
We usually describe it as a green leafy substance, but there's also buds and stems, some seeds.
Okay. And as far as aroma, burning or non-burning or both?
Both of them do. When the burnt marijuana obviously has a stronger smell to it.
Or is it, you're the sergeant that was in charge of this squad you testified to. Did the officers that you supervised have training in the recognition and observation of marijuana?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that marijuana that a police officer is going to routinely come in contact with marijuana during the course of doing their job every day?
Yes.
Is that true for you?
Yes.
I thought you were going to go further and say that marijuana was visible in some sort of video.
Your Honor, there is the video, which hasn't been introduced yet into evidence. And this is disputed, of course, but there is what we believe to be in the defendant's hand, what appears to be a marijuana cigarette. Now, they could argue it's something else, but we believe that, and we believe that based on that plus, as we had said earlier, I think your ruling was we couldn't talk about, what's marijuana regarding, the Snellville search warrant.
Right.
But we believe that would be relevant because it's an additional layer of possible suspicion once Officer Rayner made contact with the defendant. And as you can see, while I'm sure they're going to dispute it being marijuana, I think you heard it in their opening statement, I think it's fair game to at least make the argument. They make theirs, we make ours.
Well, we have to make a ruling.
Yes.
I guess in terms of what's before the court right now on a proffer, my objection would be that it's completely irrelevant. I don't know where we're going to go. There's not been a demonstrative proffer to the court or a portion of the video where there's going to be any particular identification. There's been no testimony from Sergeant Sirks about any contemporaneous conversation on June 23rd about marijuana. So what we anticipate to be the case is 2.5 years after the shooting, then marijuana becomes a factor in the case, and they're trying to backfill in that, oh yeah, it must have been marijuana, but there's no real-time memorialization of any marijuana being suspected. There's nothing before the court to determine what he's going to testify to.
Your Honor.
I don't have enough information.
Your Honor, may I briefly just respond? Today, right now with Sergeant Sirks, all I'm asking is to discuss how they might recognize marijuana. We have other witnesses, and when we introduce the actual video, then you can see visually what we're talking about.
Well, I'd rather have him come back, talk about this after we look at the video, and I can have a better,
Yes, sir.
a better feel for whether or not you know, what you're trying to claim is marijuana, there's some sort of basis to it.
Yes.
Without knowing exactly what it is that you're going to show, I can't determine whether or not this is relevant. As of right now, there is no relevancy because there's nothing
Yes.
on the record that indicates there was marijuana allegedly on the defendant's hand.
Yes, sir.
So for now, I'm not going to exclude it,
Yes, sir.
but I'll prevent you from using it until it becomes more relevant or we can talk about it. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Let's take our break. Okay. 50, take about 15 minutes or so.
All right.
Ready for the jury yet? Yeah? You guys ready?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Ready, jury. This is-
All rise for the jury. Jury seat, Your Honor.
You may be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness. I've shown defense counsel what I'm about to show. Your Honor, this has been marked for identification purposes as State Exhibit I. Officer or Sergeant, do you recognize this photograph?
I do. That's Officer Jason Rayner. Officer Jason Rayner.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of the Officer Jason Rayner that you met?
It is.
Your Honor, this time I'm asked to be able to move it into evidence.
Any, without objection will be admitted. Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, may I publish it to the jury?
From that point, yeah.
Yes.
And then approach the jury.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So you've likely underwent considerable amount of training in your 21 years in law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
One of the most important tools of a law enforcement officer is the powers of observation. Do you agree with that?
The what?
Powers of observation.
Sure.
And part of your training, it's ongoing, is to develop how to discern between what could be potentially innocent conduct or what could be criminal conduct, right?
As far as being part of it? Yes.
Yeah. You're trying to hone those powers of perception so that you can key in on something that might lead to an arrest or a further investigation. Agree with that?
I do.
And that's what BOLAs are used to assist in, correct?
Yes.
You would agree that it's equally as important for law enforcement to train their powers of observation so that they do not overextend and capture innocent folks that might be at the wrong place at the wrong time?
Say again?
Do you think it's just as important to use your powers of observation so as to not unnecessarily involve someone who's innocently looking like a suspect or in an area where there was a recent call for service?
I don't know how you'd be able to determine if someone is or isn't.
Okay. Well, let's say, for example, you're familiar with this crime bulletin that went out, right?
Yes.
All right. And the crime bulletin talked about the vehicle, this gray SUV, right?
Gray Honda CRV, I think.
All right. And would you agree that based upon this information that any black female or black male in their 20s would be subject to seizure and interrogation in the city?
No.
Okay. And that's because it would be unreasonable to just capture every black female and black male in their 20s, right?
Correct.
Okay. In fact, an appropriate thing to do would be to look at the specific information in the BOLO and apply it as to the observations, right? You would want to take in, you wouldn't just pull over.
You're not saying that, you weren't mentioning that they were in a vehicle, right? You're just saying a black male or black female anywhere?
Right. That would be inappropriate to just pull over every black or black male or female in their 20s to look for the stolen vehicle, right?
Well, if they're in a vehicle that appears that it could be that vehicle, then you would investigate that.
Right. And the question becomes how close to that description is a reasonable pursuit or an unreasonable pursuit of that vehicle. Do you agree with that?
As far as what's reasonable and what's unreasonable?
Right. You're trying to use as many details as possible to determine whether it's reasonable to pursue this car further, correct?
Yes.
All right. And if, for instance, if an officer was going and looking for this 2014 CRV and they plainly saw that the vehicle was an HRV, it would be unreasonable to pull that car over.
If you knew the difference.
Right. So the point is, as a law enforcement officer, it's important to try to discern between the specific information so that you don't capture someone or hassle someone that's not worthy of suspicion.
Yes, and I also know that sometimes bolos are close if you're just getting it out through the air or whatever, so they're not always 100% accurate, but if you know the difference, then yes.
And you train your officers to make sure that they are reasonable when they're approaching citizens, right?
Yes.
You're not telling them, hey, if you're in the ballpark of a description, go ahead and stop a person, right?
You know, I'm going to object to that characterization in the ballpark. I think he can ask specific questions.
It would be inappropriate if you learned that one of your subordinates was engaging in a practice where he was just being reckless with the information in a bolo and pulling over everybody that got close to the description, right?
Well, you're saying got close and then you're saying reckless. I wouldn't put them together. If it's something close and I believe that they're acting in good faith, then yes, that it would be okay to contact.
So the issue is how can you determine what's close and what you should disregard, right? That's what on the scene observations come down to as law enforcement.
Yes.
Did you investigate any portion of this case? Like, were you tasked with investigating anything, or were you just more of a first responder?
First responder, and then once the video portion was sent out, I was done.
In terms of police and citizen encounters, they're governed by policy. Like, there's policy about how a law enforcement officer at Daytona Beach is supposed to interact with members of the public.
Yeah, as far as your demeanor and, you know.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the relevance.
We get to more of this case as a force of policy.
Can we approach on this, Your Honor?
Sure. Stand by. Okay, you may proceed.
And, sir, you mentioned a policy about being courteous to members of the community.
Yes.
And that involves advising a citizen, if practical, about the reason for the contact or the reason for them being detained.
It's not spelled out in any sort of way like that.
Okay, there's no policy at all that talks about giving a citizen a reason or explanation for an officer to contact them.
If you reach to a point where they're detained or not detained, you know, you're already at that point where you're going to tell them why they're detained. But just coming up to talk to somebody, you don't have to automatically just say what you're thinking.
Understood. If someone gets pulled over, are you suggesting that there's no policy that requires an officer to advise the citizen about the reason for them being pulled over?
Now, I don't know if that's in policy or not, but it is good practice that if you stop somebody on a traffic stop, to inform them of the reason of the stop.
And similarly, would you agree that there are times when it would be good practice if you're encountering a member of the public outside of a traffic stop to advise them of what you're looking for or the reason why you're contacting?
It would be on the time as far as how you feel officer safety-wise. A lot of times you don't want to point out something that you see that may be potentially something that may lead to an arrest or could be dangerous. You don't want the suspect to know basically your cards at that point until you can safely proceed.
And I think what you're getting at is that it's not unreasonable for some people to perhaps be nervous or on edge when they're dealing with someone.
Some people are nervous. Yeah.
And also what you just described would be a kind of de-escalation, right? You don't want to go and confront a person right away. You want to have a more tactful response.
It depends on the situation, really. I mean, if you have to take immediate action, then you take immediate action. But I know it's good practice for officer safety-wise. If you see something in a car, I may not point that out to that person right then and there that I see something, because I know I might need someone else to help come and detain the person, or the fight could start, or they could flee, and those kind of things.
And obviously, when you're arriving up to the point where you need to determine what information to give, you've already processed the situation and have time to reflect on it before you're getting involved, right? You're having some time before you're contacting somebody to see if they match a bolo, to see their demeanor, to assess which tactic you're going to use when you're contacting this.
Not at all. It flows as far as like if you're getting out to talk to somebody. I don't, depends on what you see, what you're picking up, maybe what you smell, maybe what you hear, and things like that. There's no, you're not like a robot where I proceed to this point and I must say this. You're still processing maybe what you're seeing.
Understood. You're familiar with the term high-risk traffic stop?
Yes.
That is one that involves guns, right?
We'd call it a felony stop, yes.
Multiple officers would be involved?
Yes.
It would be against the best practice to go and make a possible encounter with a high-risk vehicle alone and without any notice to your fellow officer?
No, not if you just stumble across something. You got to take action. I mean, if you think there's a felony in progress, if you can safely make that time to get other officers there, and to tactically approach a vehicle, then of course that would be something you can do if you have that time.
Sure. I think the operative term there that's used would be, there's a difference between you stumble upon something versus you have some opportunity to observe it and then perhaps call for dispatch or make a different
What I'm saying is if you're driving up and all of a sudden it's dark and you're seeing like, oh, that vehicle looks familiar. So now you're into investigation mode to kind of like, what, I don't know what it was.
Sure. And you would agree with me that there's no possible way that when Officer Rayner was driving on Kingston Avenue that he saw Othal Wallace in the parking lot behind Kingston Avenue?
I couldn't say what?
You can't say that when Jason Rayner was driving on Kingston Avenue on June 23rd, 2021, that he saw Mr. Wallace's vehicle from Kingston Avenue.
I don't know when he saw, like where it was parked, and if that was where he was on Kingston, no, you wouldn't probably see it. You couldn't see it. It's all blocked off.
So you
But if I can't say that he didn't see the car pull in, that's what I'm saying.
Do you have any information that would suggest that Officer Rayner saw the car pull in?
No, but that's what I'm explaining.
Okay. You would agree with me that there was no 911 call placed by any member of the community complaining of anything that Othal Wallace did on June 23rd, 2020?
I don't believe there was any calls.
There was no 911 call by any person in Daytona Beach complaining of criminal activity or suspicious activity at 1:30.
Your Honor, I'm going to object that he might be outside the scope of his knowledge. Any call at any time that night, that community.
I'm not aware of the background and who knew the defendant and who didn't. I can just say that night when it all happened, I don't recall, and I don't remember seeing one, that there was a call there for that.
Do you believe that the Daytona Beach Police Department did a full and thorough investigation into the shooting of Jason Rayner?
I do.
Your Honor, objection.
Okay. And in connection with that full and thorough investigation, you would agree with me that the basis of the encounter is a central role to everything that we're talking about here today.
The basis of the
Yeah,
encounter.
why Rayner went back there, right? Is that an important issue? Why Rayner went back there?
It's part of the issue, yes.
Okay. And just so we're clear, there's no 911 call complaining of Othal. There's no 911 call complaining of anything at Kingston Avenue, right?
No, but there had been plenty of complaints in that area.
Okay. Can you point to a specific call that took place on June 23rd, 2021, to which Jason Rayner was responding to that led him to the back parking lot?
No, I don't know why he was back there at that moment.
All right. You're not familiar of any citizen flagging Officer Rayner down and telling him to go back and make contact with Othal Wallace?
I'm not aware of that.
You're not familiar with any facts that would give Jason Rayner probable cause to detain Othal Wallace?
I'm going to object to the
Sustain.
May we approach?
Sustain.
Were you familiar with the existence of this be on the lookout for the stolen vehicle prior to the situation with Officer Rayner?
I was aware of the vehicle, yes.
And you would agree with me that there are distinguishing characteristics between the issue, the vehicle at issue in the Bolo and the vehicle that Othal Wallace was driving?
I don't know the differences. There's so many new cars and they're similar in so many ways. So I could easily get them mixed up. I know they end up being two different vehicles. I don't know how similar they are.
And you would agree with me that the best practice would be for an officer to use as many of the powers of observation as possible to discern between whether a car that was going to be approached was the Bolo vehicle or was not the Bolo.
If you're just making contact to see what you may have, I mean, the vehicle was backed in. I believe that's the major difference between the vehicles versus what the front of the vehicle is.
And is it your testimony that the vehicle being backed in made it absolutely impossible to distinguish between the Bolo vehicle and the vehicle that Othal Wallace?
I don't know if you could say impossible. Like I said, I don't know the vehicles well enough, and I don't know.
Are you familiar with any person within the Daytona Beach Police Department that investigated the reason for Rayner going and making contact with Mr. Wallace?
I don't know all the details of the investigation.
You mentioned before that when you came upon seeing you, made contact with some officers that had been the first responders, right?
Yes.
One of those officers was Amanda Dickens.
Yes.
You'd agree with me that Amanda Dickens at no point in time told you, hey, Rayner just said he was going to look for that fresh signal 10.
I don't know what she testified to or if that's what he said to her.
So I'm sorry if you misunderstood my question. My question is, let me back up. Do you have a recollection of when you first got into the parking lot on June 23rd, 2021?
When she was there, she was tending to her friend that was been shot. So no, we didn't discuss anything about a vehicle.
So before, when Mr. LaRiz was asking you questions, I believe you testified something about you had contact with the officers and they gave you information, right?
They were trying to get information from him.
Okay. And you asked Amanda Dickens what information that she had pertinent to the situation.
Not directly to her, no. I was on scene.
Would it be unreasonable for a law enforcement officer possessing information about their fallen colleague to relay that to somebody like yourself in the situation?
You're talking about reasonable when her friend and zone partner had just been shot in the ground and was in the shape that he was in. I don't know what we consider reasonable of what her response would be about anything.
I think that's fair. Are you trained as a law enforcement officer to deal with high-stress situations?
We use simulations and stuff to try to recreate them, but it's not the same.
So do you think, is there a lesser standard that an officer is held to if they're in a stressful situation as opposed to a non-stressful situation?
That's just plain human nature and how your brain works. You have fight, flight, or freeze, and some of your forebrain can start to take over in some of these situations to where once you calm down, you can think clearly again.
But we can be in agreement that Amanda Dickens never told you anything about this Jason Rayner going to look for a stolen vehicle.
I don't recall that conversation there.
Are you familiar with any subsequent report that Amanda Dickens drafted memorializing that statement?
I don't.
Yes, sir.
And you sent out the photographs obtained from the axon, and then you didn't have any other further involvement in the case, is that correct?
Not that I recall, no.
Yes. No, sir.
Thank you very much. May the witness be excused. State. Okay, so.
Subject to recall.
In connection with, attorney.
Yes, sir.
Step down. State other witness.
The next witness, Judge? Sergeant James Moore.
Mr. Lorenzo?
Yes.
Was he already sworn in?
I think he was, yes.
The witness has been sworn. Please speak loud and clear. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please take a moment and introduce yourself to the folks here in the court?
My name is Sergeant James Maher, Maher.
And where you work, sir?
I work for the City of Daytona Beach Police Department.
How long you been with Daytona Beach PD?
14 years since 2009.
Did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
No, sir.
So your entire career has been with Daytona Beach PD?
Correct.
Any military experience?
Yes, I was in the U.S. Army.
How long were you in the Army, sir?
3 years.
Walk us through, educate us about the different roles you've had, from when you started to where you are now with the Daytona Beach Police.
So initially when I started, I was a patrol officer. I ended up on a bicycle unit, which is a proactive unit on bicycles. I went from there to the crime suppression team, which is commonly referred to as like a street crimes type unit, prostitution, narcotics. From there, I transitioned to the investigation side. I was a property crimes detective and worked my way up to homicide. I was a homicide detective. I worked for the higher level narcotics unit after, the special investigations unit, and a violent criminal apprehension team, which is kind of like a fugitive unit and CST type unit. For a short period of time, I was cross-sworn as a U.S. Marshal during the fugitive side of it. And pretty much the entire time, not quite all 14 years, I think it's 12 years now, I've also been on SWAT.
What's SWAT?
SWAT is Special Weapons and Tactics. It's a unit designed to handle high-risk situations, whether it's a search warrant deemed high risk, not all search warrants, barricaded subjects, hostage situations, things of that nature.
Did you mention CST or crime suppression?
I did, sir.
What is the purpose of that?
The crime suppression team's purpose is within its name to suppress crime. It's a proactive unit that utilizes crime statistics, typically from CompStat, which is a meeting that we have weekly, to identify crime trends and try to curb the trend.
Okay. Kind of keeping an eye on the community and where crime's happening?
Correct.
And so that you can allocate resources to those areas that need it because of the crime occurring?
Correct. That would be the idea of CompStat.
Yes, sir. Were you a patrol sergeant?
I was. At some point, I was promoted to sergeant. I went back to patrol for 6 months. and then sergeant of crime suppression team, and then sergeant of violent criminal apprehension team.
How long you been a sergeant?
4 years. I've been a sergeant for 4 years now.
Okay, and part of your duties as a sergeant, do you train other officers?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the proactive policing model?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Proactive policing means engaging in policing, looking for crimes that are occurring, keeping them from occurring, instead of the reactive side of it, which would be more like a fire department, if you will, wait for a call, then respond.
So you're not out there waiting for somebody to flag you down and say, hey, we need you. Is that
No.
right?
No, not on VCAT or CST, no.
Okay, so to talk about CompStat a little bit more, you said you look at crime trends. Can you be a little bit more specific about what y'all look at?
So as far as CompStat goes, it's a bi-weekly meeting, but also weekly is a staff meeting. It's pretty much the same thing. And we'll go over that period of time, whether it's that 1 week or that 2 week period of all crimes that occurred within the city. It's for accountability purposes as well. All the command staff is there from the chief down, including the district captains. And it's so that everybody's on the same page. Everybody understands where these crime trends may be. And then each unit is held accountable, whether it's the criminal investigation division on where they are on a certain crime that occurred, VCAT, what we're doing to curve the trend, or patrol to step up patrols in the area.
Were you working the night that Officer Rayner was shot?
I was.
In what capacity? What were you doing?
I was the crime suppression team sergeant.
Okay. Did you have any contact with Officer Rayner?
No, not that night, no.
But you were on the same shift?
No, so I wasn't on the same shift. I was working the same night. Patrol works different shifts than crime suppression team. I was a completely different unit.
Okay. What area were you working?
That night I was what's called District 1. So Daytona is broken, as far as law enforcement goes, into two separate districts, East District 2 and West District 1. There's railroad tracks that run north and south through the city. I was working west in District 1. Jason was working east in District 2.
I want to talk to you a little bit about earlier in the evening before Officer Rayner was shot. Were you aware of Ebola about a stolen vehicle, a Honda Civic?
Yes, I was.
And how did you become aware of it?
Through a bolo that was issued through city email.
Okay. And at some point before Officer Rayner was shot, did you actually spot what you believe might be that?
Yes, I did.
Where were you?
West International Speedway Boulevard.
Okay. And so what did you do?
So the vehicle was slightly ahead of us. It was a silver Honda. I knew that there was a silver Honda SUV stolen with a paper tag. Positioned my vehicle to the point where I could see the rear tag. It was not the tag. It was a California tag. So I didn't do anything. It wasn't the stolen car.
And that Volvo had the tag number, didn't it?
It did.
And so you were able to actually see the tag and determine it wasn't a stolen vehicle, right?
Correct.
So what'd you do then?
I don't remember.
Patrol or work?
Nothing with that vehicle. Correct.
So did there come a time when you became aware that there might be some concern for Officer Jason Rayner?
Yes.
And talk about that a little bit.
So as I spoke about before, Daytona is broken into two different districts. It's also two separate radio channels, primary radio channels that we use. They patch the channels together, which usually means something is happening. I also have a secondary radio that I use that talks around just my unit, so we're not tying up primary police channels. My unit started scrambling and headed towards that area, and I still hadn't been 100% sure what happened. I went to the area. I saw a patrol officer on a perimeter somewhere in the area of Madison and Ridgewood, and I asked him, "What are we working?" And that's when he told me there was an officer down, officer shot.
Okay, so at that point, what was going through your mind? What did you do?
Going back, I mean, at that point, all I was thinking is, let's secure this perimeter. Let's make sure that we get dogs on the ground, that people inside, give us our best chance possible to catch this person without anybody else getting hurt.
Okay, and so, is that what you did?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, at that night, did you, were you involved later, involving another Honda CRV?
Yeah, so.
Honda vehicle?
Correct. I don't know if it was a CRV or HRV. Later on, as information began to come out, the BOLO was given for a silver Honda SUV. I started looking for a silver Honda SUV for the person that shot Jason, and I found a silver Honda SUV backed into a driveway with the lights on. As soon as I saw the vehicle began revving its engine, and somebody came running from the inside of the house where it was backed into and yelling, and I don't remember exactly what they were saying, but something along the lines of "my babies." The vehicle then took off past my police vehicle, which was marked, and I engaged the attempt to traffic stop the vehicle. Ended up in a pursuit, believing it was the vehicle that had been involved in the shooting.
So at this point, you think you might have the suspect who shot Officer Jason Rain?
At that point, I was convinced. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Based on the description or based on the photograph that you had?
No, I didn't have a photograph. There was a BOLO given over the radio. I didn't actually have a photograph of anything at this point.
So you were going by the description?
Correct.
In the BOLO. Okay. Did you make contact? What happened? Get us through what happened with this vehicle. Did it stop eventually?
Not willingly, but it stopped. It stopped eventually. It ended up in a police pursuit. I immediately notified all surrounding law enforcement that I thought I had found the Honda. It was fleeing from me, that I was pursuing him. We fled through what we call 45 zone at Daytona Beach, which is the northern end of Daytona Beach, through a lot of residential back roads at a lot of high rates of speed. Eventually, we started working our way towards an area of Nova Road, which is more commercial and businesses area. The vehicle slowed down to turn into a Checkers or restaurant parking lot. I hit the vehicle from behind, disabling the vehicle. Occupants of the vehicle began running. We captured them, and it then was determined that this was actually the stolen car that I was thinking about earlier, not the shooting vehicle.
Now, you had mentioned that you work with the crime suppression team. You're the sergeant, DSP, and also work with SWAT.
Correct.
Are you involved in training your officers as well?
I am.
Okay. And what's your goal in training the officers?
To accomplish our job in the most professional and safe way possible.
And what is your job?
Our job at the end of the day is to make sure that Daytona Beach is safe. Yeah.
Were you familiar with 133 Kingston in that area?
Yes, the 100 block of Kingston I'm familiar with. Yeah.
Okay. And why is that?
So Kingston, since I told you about 45 zone, this is 41 zone. This is also on the north end of the city by Ridgewood, towards the river. This is a high crime, high narcotics, high prostitution area. An area I was definitely and still am familiar with almost daily.
Okay. And when you're faced with a high crime, high drug area, how does proactive policing become involved in that?
Especially in high crime areas, the proactive end is what tries to return quality of life to an area that's having an issue. Proactive policing it's such a broad term.
How do you employ it in your duties with your fellow officers at the Daytona Beach Police?
So as far as proactivity goes, if I'm trying to curve an issue, a broad issue, one of my favorites is accuracy by saturation or saturation method, which is when I bring my unit to a specific area with an issue and we enforce every violation they can find, whether it's a tint violation, a stop bar violation, a speeding violation, whatever it may be. We find that, in my opinion, it's like 5% of the population causes 99% of the crime. So if we do 100 traffic stops, we meet, and this is, again, my numbers, my opinions, we meet 95 individuals who are good law-abiding citizens. We create contacts. We put lights in the area deterring crime. And then we have that 5 or 10 that, are up to criminal activity that we are able to engage at that point.
May I have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
Permission to approach, Your Honor. Your Honor, I've got what I believe to be state zeal for identification purposes. This is a composite exhibit, which will take a moment. Sir, just look at it.
All right.
Do you recognize it?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
So this is the vehicle that I pursued, this is the stolen vehicle that I pursued, believing that it might have been the shooting vehicle.
Okay, that was kind of at the end of the evening, after you had seen a vehicle that you thought was a stolen vehicle and it wasn't. And then this time you saw a vehicle you thought was the shooter's vehicle, but it was actually the stolen vehicle. I don't know, did I get it right? Is that right?
I'm sure you did. I'll just reiterate because I was, initially in the daytime, I saw a silver or gray, whatever, Honda on Speedway Boulevard. I knew about a stolen one. I got behind it. It was a California tag, not a Florida paper tag. I left it alone because it wasn't a stolen vehicle. Jason was shot. A bolo was issued for a silver or gray Honda. I found a silver or gray Honda, fled from me, chased it. It was the stolen car, not the shooting.
Okay.
This is the stolen car.
Are these fair and accurate representations of that vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, I ask to be allowed to move these into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Without objection, it will be admitted as evidence.
Yeah, I do.
And Your Honor, I'm like Sergeant, so I need a little help. We're going to put them on, with your permission, publish them to the jury.
Okay.
You want to go through them all?
Yeah, this was at the, what did you call it, the Checkers or something?
Yes, sir. This is at the Checkers where the vehicle became disabled.
Okay. Send it with me.
All right, thank you. You don't need it till you put it back, okay?
Yes, sir. We'll do that now.
Start from that.
You need it to me?
afternoon, Sergeant Meyer.
Good afternoon, sir.
So you knew Jason Ranger really well, is that correct?
Yeah, I knew him pretty well.
But on the day of June 23rd, you did not see him that day?
No, not that I remember. I don't remember the last time I saw him.
You had no conversations with him that day?
No.
And you had no idea why he went back behind 133 Kingston Avenue?
No.
You knew, Mr. Rayner's, his practices as a patrol officer, did you not?
Fairly well. I think I was his sergeant back when I was on patrol, I was his sergeant for, I want to say less than 6 months, but 6 months is a good.
And would you classify Mr. Rayner as being a proactive police officer?
Yes, Jason was proactive.
I think he actually wanted to be a part of your unit at one point.
He did.
Right, and then on the 23rd, the only thing you did was apprehend a stolen vehicle from previous bullet, right?
So it wasn't the only thing I did all day long, but as far as what we were talking about, yes, that's what.
You searched around, but you didn't find any evidence?
I didn't find any evidence that night. I did, help with the perimeter, go to a location south of Daytona.
May I approach around?
You may.
We have one of the photos from what was just under the evidence, S610. That's the photo of the car that you have.
Correct.
And then we have another one that was marked, hasn't been put in evidence yet. States. Right?
Yes, sir.
Do you see any differences between those vehicles?
Yes. And this is me assuming, because I wasn't here for this photograph. I'm assuming that this is the shooting of Mr. Wallace's vehicle with the California tag. This is the stolen car without the bumper.
And do you see a difference between the rear door, the door hinges?
Yes.
Quite a big difference, isn't it?
So I remember which called it A. The one with the California tag has no rear door handle, and the stolen car has a rear handle on the door, or door handle on the rear.
And the area at 133 Kingston Ave is a high crime area?
It is.
And you said that you like to go into saturation, which means pulling a lot of people over for various reasons.
So saturation, really, the way I have 6 officers, I think it is 7 officers that work for me. We work in a small group. In other words, not necessarily, I'm not going to say we're going to go to Kingston, the 100 block of Kingston, but we'll go to 41 zone, that general area, and do a lot of stops, a lot of interactions, lots of lights in the area. That way, we're there if somebody needs backup, but also it disperses any potential crime.
So you're out making contact. Well, most of that saturation area, you're pulling people over, you're making contact with people. Is there a lot of just going up and saying, hey, what's going on? How you doing? Yeah.
So consensual encounters happen. Yeah, absolutely. I would, most of the time, it really depends. I mean, it really depends. I wish I could give you an answer on statistics, but it really depends on the situation, whether we're making consensual contact or, this is a traffic stop with reasonable suspicion.
Well, can you explain what a consensual encounter is?
Yeah, absolutely. So consensual, as a law enforcement officer,
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope.
So have you made what you just determined or what you just called consensual encounters?
Yes.
Right, and if it's not a consensual encounter, you pulling somebody over for probable cause of reason?
Correct.
And when you pull somebody over for one of those reasons, probable cause of reasonable suspicion, you have your lights on, right?
Yes, to activate the stop.
Yeah, so you activate the stop. When, in your words, as a consensual stop, you just come up and make contact with the person, right?
So anytime it's consensual, I even teach my officers purposely not to block the person and to not turn their lights on. It's consensual.
And had you been in the location of 133 Kingston Ave recently, from June 23rd, around that time frame, have you been there?
I don't know that I was in that exact parking lot, but that general area, yeah, absolutely.
One second. Sergeant Meyer, after the night with the stolen vehicle, did that end your involvement in this case?
As far as the investigation, I was not part of the investigation. I did travel to Georgia, but I wasn't part of the investigation.
And when you went to Georgia, you were there for the apprehension of Mr. Wallace?
Objection, Your Honor, outside the scope of direct.
I'm sorry, one more time.
Yeah, when you went to Georgia, were you there when Mr. Wallace was apprehended?
So I was there, I was present, I wasn't on the compound, I was just outside of the compound.
At some point, did you and, I believe it's Officer Cassidy, did you make contact with Mr. Wallace?
Yes.
That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Any read?
No, sir.
All right, thank you very much. May the witness be excused.
Subject to recall.
Subject to recall. You must remain in contact with the witness, okay? You're not excused from this case. Step down. Please call your next witness.
Today we call Mary Toledo. Tell us how long you worked at the Daytona Beach Police Department.
22 years.
What sort of capacity did you work there?
I started off in patrol. I moved to the bicycle unit for about 12 years. I was also on motors, crime scene, and I finished my career as a detective.
Was that a detective in the major crimes unit or robbery homicide?
As general.
Did bring your attention now, were you still working at Daytona Beach Police Department on June 23rd, 2021?
I was.
What capacity were you working on that date?
Actually, I was at home and I got called out.
What was your job assignment during that time window, though?
Oh, I was in general CID.
General detective, right?
Correct.
And what does CID stand?
Criminal Investigation Division.
What happened? Were you like on call, or why did you get called that night?
I got called by one of the supervisors that an incident had took place and that they needed some assistance.
How long did it take you to get from your residence to, I guess, you know, where you went to?
Yeah,
Kingston?
to Kingston.
How long do you think it would take you to get dressed and, I don't know what you do?
I probably was there within 30 minutes, if not less.
When you arrived, we've heard a lot of testimony, but what did you observe about the scene?
When I got to the scene, Officer Rayner had already left. At that point, the scene had been roped off, and I had made contact with my supervisor at the time to find out, I kind of got just a basic call, just get dressed and get here kind of thing, and I'll tell you what's going on when you get here. So when I got there, I spoke with the supervisor. He said that, an officer had been shot, and we were still working on trying to identify the suspect.
When you say the scene was roped off, what does that mean exactly?
It's taped off and basically under Daytona Beach's control, the area, so that nobody can just freely walk in and out of there.
Is that sort of the evidence in the scene integrity?
Correct.
What were you assigned to do when you got there by your supervisor?
Basically do another canvass of the apartment complex. Make sure that we didn't miss anybody that may have seen something. Make sure that anybody that could have seen something, whether it be important or not important, that we spoke to them.
So I understand what canvas means. Can you explain it just lay people's terms and what that means?
Canvas is going to be just knocking on doors in the area and just saying, hey, this is who I am, this is what has happened, this is the time frame that it happened, did you see anything before, after, during, just going right down the list of anything in that immediate area, talking to anybody there.
Were you assigned to do that at 133 Kingston with the apartments there?
I was.
Did you make contact with apartment number 8 with Aisha Lewis?
I did.
Upon making contact with her, did you have a conversation with her?
I did.
In the course of your conversation, were you provided any information by her that led you to bring up a photograph?
Yes.
What name did she give you?
She gave the name Othal Wallace.
What did you do at that point when the name was brought up? Did you bring up a photograph?
I did.
Did you show her that photograph?
I did.
Based on your, police work, your skills, and while you're talking to Ms. Lewis or during that time, did there become more information provided from Daytona Beach with a picture of the individual who was involved with this, shooting of Officer Ray?
Yes.
Were you able to make a comparison and kind of put the two together?
Yes.
While you were talking to Ms. Lewis, at some point, did you see her get a text with a photograph on her phone?
Yes, a group text message was sent out. I believe the police department released a snapshot of the suspect from Officer Rayner's camera. They gave it to the apartment complex management, and the management company sent out a mass text to all the residents, basically saying, hey, this is the suspect of the incident tonight. Does anybody recognize him?
What was her reaction in front of you when you saw her view the photograph?
She looked down at her phone and said, oh my God, that's my boyfriend.
Did you relay the information about Othal Wallace being the suspect in the case to the detectives?
Yes, I called Sergeant Karcher and Detective Denardi.
May I have just a moment, Joe? No further questions, Joe.
All right, thank you. Let me close the examination.
I don't have anything here.
Thank you. Either way, either state.
Yes, she can be released, Joe.
Yes.
Yes, sir, she's from out of town.
You want to please, thank you. State, call your next witness.
We would call Monica Lee. And can we approach Judge off the record?
Yeah. Podium.
No, breathe.
Raise your hand and respond, please.
Do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Focus. So as not to alarm you, this officer having told me how a weapon with her, but it was a dummy weapon. The bailiff checked that out for safety.
Okay.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Alan. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your entire name and spell it for the court reporter?
Monica Lee, Monica. Last name Lee.
And are you a law enforcement officer?
Yes, sir.
And what's your current rank?
I'm an officer.
Where are you a law enforcement officer?
Daytona Beach Police Department.
How long have you been there, ma'am?
17 years.
Any experience at other agencies or all at Daytona Beach?
All at Daytona Beach.
And what's your current assignment at the department?
I'm in the training unit as the Axon administrator.
And what is can you tell this jury what the training unit is?
We train in-house and new recruits on, show them the ropes of the job, on firearms, defensive tactics, OC, EVOC.
You're going to need to say what those abbreviations mean. Oh, if you say OC and EVOC?
Yes, so the pepper spray and evasive driving.
I think you said it just a moment ago, but that includes firearms training.
Yes, sir.
And in regards to the firearms training, does it include how to properly draw a holstered weapon?
Yes,
Did you bring a duty belt with you today?
I did.
Can you tell the jury what is a duty belt?
It's a thicker leather belt where we keep all our gear, all of our equipment go on that belt.
And would every officer on duty, uniformed officer in a patrol car have on a duty belt?
Yes.
What types of things do officers keep on duty belts?
Firearm, OC, taser, handcuffs, a pouch for medical gloves, latex gloves, handcuffs, a radio, an asp.
And was an officer trained, when you were training them about drawing a weapon from a holster, is that all part of duty belt training?
Yes, it's part of firearms training.
And how long have you been doing that in firearms?
About 12 years.
And along with the duty belt, did you also bring a dummy firearm?
I did.
What do y'all use the dummy firearm for in your training?
To practice drawing the gun.
From the holster?
Yes, and for scenarios. So if we do scenarios, we use the blue guns instead of live guns, just so that our scenarios are like in a safer environment.
Is the blue gun, in terms of its dimensions, meant to mimic an actual firearm?
Yes.
And did you bring the duty belt up there with you?
Yes, sir, I did.
Have you taken it out of your bag already?
Not yet.
Take it out of your bag. Judge, I'd ask that she be allowed to step down just to demonstrate some things about the duty belt to the jury.
Step down.
You can assume come right out here. Is that okay, Your Honor, if she comes here?
Yes, so long as it's not pointing.
Yes. Right here. So just first point out the holster generally for the jury.
So this is the holster we use. It's we call it a triple retention holster.
Why do you call it a triple retention holster?
It's through steps to get it done.
Can you take us through those steps? Let's start with the very first step an officer would have to go through to take out his firearm.
So you have to get your gun and push down on the button. You have to remove the hood. Then there's another button here. You have to push down on that button to remove the gun.
Now, you're a little faster. Show us just the first step. What's the very first step?
The button, push down.
And the second step?
The hood,
And the third step?
another button.
Before the firearm can be removed.
Correct.
Thank you. You can turn over the stand. talk about one of your other job responsibilities. You said Axon Administrator.
Yes.
What is Axon Administrator?
So I oversee all the Axon body cameras in the department.
Talk about those cameras a little bit. Who is assigned Axon videos, body on camera videos?
All sworn members.
So again, we already talked about the duty belt, but what duty belt would patrol, every patrol officer in a marked car have an Axon.
Yes.
And where do officers typically wear those Axon?
On their person, preferably on their chest. All patrol guys wear them on their chest.
How are the cameras maintained or kept up to date in terms of the current software?
So every time they dock their cameras, it's updated automatically with the current firmware.
And if you have a technical problem, cameras malfunctioning, do you actually send it back to the Axon company?
We do.
So you're not going in there with tools trying to repair the cameras yourself if you have a problem?
Never.
They said they get their updates from docking. Is that also how they're charged?
Yes.
And how long does a charge typically last on an Axon?
An entire shift, so it'll last 12 hours.
So is that also the kind of recording capacity? Can it record up to 12 hours straight?
Yes.
Do the Axon cameras and videos accurately record the date and time?
Yes.
When an officer is responding to a call, how is the camera, how would an officer go about activating it?
They would have to double press the circle button in the front of the camera.
And did you bring on an Axon camera with you as well to demonstrate for this attorney?
I did.
Aaron, she sat down and just showed the jury an Axon camera.
Yes, counsel, feel free to move.
Yeah, I got up last time.
Very well.
So, I'll ask a question. What are we looking at here? Is there anywhere on that camera, like a screen that an officer could look at, video he had taken or anything like that? No. Where is, can you point out for the jury where, is this the front, so this is the front of the Axon camera? So an officer would be wearing it in his center of his chest or his chest. And where is the activation button? Does an officer have to press it 1 time, 2 times to activate it? 2 times. 2 times to activate it, so a double tap?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Can I see, can you show me? I didn't see it. Gotcha.
Officer Lee, are there events other than the double tap by law enforcement officer laws that the Daytona Beach officers Axon to go on automatically?
Yes.
Is one of those called a signal side-on?
Yes.
What is that? What does that mean, signal side-on?
It's a device that's mounted onto our holsters.
And what is the purpose of that device that's mounted on you?
So when you draw your gun, it'll activate your own camera and other cameras around you.
So if you were on duty, hypothetically, and your body camera wasn't recording, and you drew your firearm out of the holster, it would start recording?
Yes.
And if I was on duty with you and I was standing, say, this far away, would my body camera also activate?
Yes.
And when an officer activates his camera, let's go back to just the double tap. When an officer double taps that camera to go on, does the camera actually record video from even before the double tap?
Yes.
Can you explain that to the jury, what that is?
So it's a 30-second pre-event buffer where it records visually and audio.
So again, going back to our example with the signal sign-on, would it also go back 30 seconds there?
No, it would not.
Okay, let's stay with the double tap. So if you and I are on patrol and I double tap my Axon camera, would it actually go back?
I'm sorry. I'm going to retract that. It would do the buffer.
Okay, it would do the buffer.
Yes.
So in the example of you drawing your firearm, the camera goes on. Is that
Yes.
correct? And it would have the 30 seconds prior to you drawing your firearm.
Yes.
But it also works that way with the double tap as well.
Yes.
Okay. Now, is that sometimes that 30 seconds back in time, is that sometimes affected by something called sleep mode?
Yes.
What is sleep mode? And why do you have it?
So sleep mode is when we put our cameras into, it will not automatically activate with the signal sidearm or anything else. So you would actually have to manually activate your camera with your hand in order for your camera to activate on sleep mode. We have sleep mode in case officers are in the locker room or going to the bathroom or taking a private phone call, and then their cameras won't automatically activate on them while they're having privacy.
And going back to our example of us being on duty together, if I had the camera attached to my chest, but it's on sleep mode, and I double tap to turn the camera on, will it give me those 30 seconds before?
No.
And is that because of the sleep mode?
Yes.
I'm going to get a little ahead of myself, but was Officer Rayner's camera activated on June 23rd, 2021? Was his camera on sleep mode?
Yes.
When an officer is finished, let's say an officer finishes their shift, what do they do with the camera at the end of their shift?
They upload their videos,
And how do they do that?
either with an Axon cord or the docking station.
So same docking station where it charges?
Yes.
Is it the same docking station also where it gets its updates as well?
Yes.
And once they dock that camera, what happens to the video? The video of an incident, second contact.
It goes into evidence.com.
And do officers tag their videos?
Yes.
How do they tag?
They're tagged either on evidence.com or through their cell phone.
And when I say tag, what does that mean? What does that mean?
It means putting a case number and a title to your videos.
So an officer, if they pull somebody over speeding and they have to upload their acts on video, they put the agency number from that speeding stop?
Correct.
After when an officer uploads a video, docs and uploads, can they edit that video in any way?
No.
And do officers have the ability to see their videos before it's docked through their own cell phones?
Yes.
And how does that work?
So it is through Bluetooth connection with the body cam and the cell phone, and they can view it on their cell phone until they dock it. And then once it's docked, it's completely deleted out of the cell phone, so it's in evidence.com.
Okay, so once it's docked, the video is no longer there. It's only at evidence.com.
Correct.
And were you the Axon administrator back in June of 2021?
Yes.
To your knowledge, Officer Patrick Erlinson equipped with an Axon camera the night that Officer Reno was shot and killed?
Yes.
To your knowledge, were the contents of his Axon camera uploaded and tagged in relation to space?
Yes.
Did that Axon camera accurately record the date and time?
Yes.
Were there any technical problems that you're aware of or issues with Officer Erlinson's camera on June 23rd, 2020?
No.
Did Officer Erlinson's camera, have you reviewed the footage from Officer Erlinson's camera?
Yes.
Did it capture his finding Officer Jason Rayner behind 133?
Yes.
Approach the witness, Your Honor.
May-
Approaching the state's end, your identification, and Nancy. Do you recognize that DVD?
I do.
How do you recognize that DVD?
It's got my initials on it.
Does it also have a date?
Yes.
Have you watched the content of that DVD?
Yes.
What does it contain?
It has Officer Erlinson's finding of Officer Rayner on there.
Is it a shortened version of Officer Erlinson's body-worn camera video from that night?
Yes.
So it's a minute and a half, 2 minutes long, something in that regard? And is this video that was on this CD consistent with the video that was uploaded by Officer Erlinson to Axon.com?
Yes.
Now, at this time, I move states 10 in evidence as text numbered exhibit.
Objection.
Yeah, I object under Crawford unavailable, there's testimony on the way to cross-examination.
Overruled. Item will be admitted as evidence.
Judge, at this time, I move to publish what is now in evidence as states 11. The jury.
You may proceed.
Essentially at 10:33, that's correct.
Where is he? 5-7 Central Rescue Gun. Where is he? Central gunshot wound. Who shot him? Come on, buddy. Hey, it's gonna be all right.
We just heard a shot.
Yeah, officer down. He's shot. Where's it at? Hold it, buddy. Hold it. Hey, just talk to me, man. Talk to me, Jay. Where's the guy who shot him? Who shot him? Oh, man. Just hold on, man. Just hold on. Central Rescue Code 3. See if we can hear him.
Oh my goodness.
Fuck. Get something to hold pressure. Just hold.
He got my shirt. He got my shirt. He got his shirt. He got my shirt. He got my shirt.
Hey, 10-3.
Damn.
Gunshot wound head and one on chest. Come on. Just keep talking to me, buddy. Just keep talking. Get rescued here now. You're gonna be all right, buddy.
And in that video, officer, does the jury actually see Officer Erlinson with his firearm drawn?
Yes.
To your knowledge, was Officer Rayner equipped with a body-worn camera when he was shot on June 23rd of 2021?
Yes.
Were the contents of this camera uploaded and tagged in relation to this case number or the Daytona Beach case?
Yes.
Was his actual camera also placed into evidence?
Yes.
Did Officer Rayner's Axon camera accurately record the date and time on June 23rd?
Yes.
Were there any technical problems with Officer Rayner's camera the night of the shoot?
No.
Before going into the actual video, I want to talk to you a little bit about an Axon file. What is an Axon file?
An Axon audit, it lists all the events that occur when an officer utilizes their Axon camera.
Would that include, for example, if it was in sleep mode?
Yes.
Is that in fact how you know that Officer Rayner's camera was in sleep mode that night?
Yes.
Is another one of those things that the Axon audit would capture the signal sidearm notification.
Yes.
And it'll capture that regardless of whether it's in sleep mode on the audit.
Yes.
After the recording of Officer Rayner's interaction with the defendant at 8:36 p.m., are there any signal sidearm notifications in his audit?
Yes.
And what time is that signal sidearm notification in Officer Rayner's audit?
I would have to look at the audit to get the exact time.
Do you have it with you?
Yes.
Refresh your recollection and take a look.
Yes.
Defense, do you need to see?
No, that's
the audit she has? Can you refresh your recollection, Your Honor?
It was at 8:54 and 47 seconds.
Between 8:50 and 36 seconds, when the video starts in relation to this incident, and that signal sidearm at 8:54:47, are there any other signal sidearms on the audience?
Between 8:50 and 8:54, no, sir.
Are there any notifications that the taser was drawn and charged on that audio?
No.
That's something the audio would also capture.
Yes.
Now, in preparation for your testimony in this case, did you take a close look at the timing of Officer Erlinson's video in relation to that signal sidearm that's indicated on the audit from Jason Rayner's body-worn camera?
Yes.
And what did you discover?
That it was about the same time.
So when we see when the jury sees Officer Erlinson drop his gun running up to Officer Rayner, that's the signal sidearm we see in Officer Rayner's audit?
Yes.
I'm going to go back now to talk to you a little bit more about Officer Jason Rayner's body-worn camera. Was his camera docked and the video uploaded?
Yes.
And that very night, was that video disseminated to detectives and investigators immediately after y'all got it?
Yes.
Can I approach your Honor?
You may.
Showing you now his mark of identification that states M as in Mary. Same questions, do you recognize that DVD?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Is that my initials?
Does it also have a date?
Yes.
On that date, did you review the contents of that DVD?
Yes.
And what does that DVD contain?
Officer Rayner's interactions that evening.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of the body-worn camera video that was uploaded from his body-worn camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move states M as in Mary in evidence as the next number 2.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Without objection, you admit it as evidence.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to publish states 12.
You may do so.
How's it going? Do you live here? What's going on? Do you live here? What's going on? Sit down. Sit.
Sir.
Can you sit down? I'll talk to you. Stop.
Come on now.
Sit.
Come on now. Don't do this.
Sit down.
Why are you asking me do I live here?
Do you live here? Yes or no?
What's going on though?
Cool, Charlie 77.
No, back up.
Stop. Stop. Stop, man.
Can I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
In preparation for trials, we're getting close to the trial date. Did you send a copy of Officer Jason Rayner's Axon audit that night to a Brian Childs with the Axon company?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll tender the witness.
Cross-examination.
As soon as TV is. stated that the sleep mode is used for when you are going to the restroom, in the locker room, or things like that.
Or on a private phone call.
Microphone off, okay. All right. What's the policy on putting your ass on the sleep mode?
It's that. It's for the officer's privacy.
So, and you were looking at your audit trail earlier, right?
Yes.
Could you tell me, if you know the answer, why every time Officer Rayner gets done with a call, he puts his X on camera on sleep?
I cannot speak for him.
Is that a violation of policy?
I don't know what he was doing.
Okay. Well, if you were to look at, item 160,
Yes.
and his recording stopped from, he pressed it previously and then he stopped the recording, right? At that point?
Yes.
Recording stopped. And then we look at item 167, 848, 4 p.m., sleep mode enabled, right? So we put it in sleep mode at that time.
Yes.
Let's go back to item 145, recording stopped. Is that correct? And that's at 8:28, 28 seconds.
Yes.
And then we go down and at 8:31 and 13 seconds, sleep mode enabled. And that would have been, I should have said, item 152.
Yes.
Let's look at item 129. Recording stopped due to button press. And that's at 7:52. And then item 136, 7:53, sleep mode enabled. Is that common?
If he's making phone calls, I don't know what he's doing.
And when you, the nice thing, I guess, about enabling the sleep mode is that it alleviates the 30-second buffer, doesn't it?
Yes.
So we don't have any idea what happened 30 seconds before Mr. Rayner enabled his recording at the 8:50, the 8:50 mark, I believe is what it was, 8:50 and some seconds mark, which we just saw, correct?
Yes.
So because he keeps putting it in sleep mode, we don't get to see that 30 seconds leading up to when it's, the recording actually starts. So we're missing 30 seconds of video, right?
Yes.
And then you stated that the sidearm, does the sidearm activation start when you push the button, when you push the latch forward, or when you do the third part, or is it the fourth one you actually pull out the firearm?
Could you repeat that, please?
So it's a three-step process to get the handgun out of the holster, right?
Yes.
All right. So you stated that when you have a sidearm alarm, that it starts, does it start recording when you push the first button? When you do the second phase, which is move the latch forward? Or is it the third phase when you hit the third phase where you hit that button? Or is it when the gun actually comes out of?
When the gun actually comes out of the holster.
And then as far as the taser, The taser alarm actually doesn't start or go off until you actually discharge the taser, isn't that correct?
No.
When does it come out?
When you turn it on, it activates the cameras.
When you turn it on, or when you take it out of the holster?
When you turn it on.
Well, the gun doesn't turn on until you take it out of the holster,
Correct.
but the taser turns on early?
The taser, when you turn the taser on, it activates the
So
cameras.
you have to have the taser out of the holster, turn it on, and then the alarm thing.
Yes.
So by moving the latch on the taser forward, that would not start the recording.
No.
Yes.
I don't have anything else.
Any redirect?
Yes. Officer, as you may have said it on the cross, but you don't know what Officer Rayner was dealing with anything that night. No idea.
Correct.
And in terms of the signal sidearm notification, is that a fairly sensitive sensor in terms of what takes notifications?
It can be.
Are there even times where a rattle has caused the signal sidearm to go off?
Yes.
By rattle, I mean basically jostling the duty belt and the holster.
Yes.
I have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Officer Lee, I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Any read across?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may the witness be excused. State.
Subject to recall.
Okay, you're still under subpoena.
Yes, sir.
Another witness? It's 4:45. I think I'm gonna.
We have like a 10-minute witness to us, we can knock him out, that's okay?
Okay. I'm gonna hold you to it.
Yeah, I'm gonna work quickly. From that, work to Matt, if I talk back.
Everybody gets mad. We call it.
Ryan Forrest.
What was the name again?
Forrest, Ryan Forrest, Officer Ryan Forrest.
Please come forward. I don't think he was sworn earlier.
He was not, sir.
You'll raise your right hand and be sworn, please. Have a seat.
Do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding, so help you God?
I do.
Can you follow this way? Good afternoon. Make sure you speak loud and clearly to the microphone so everyone can hear what you're.
Yes, sir.
Let's proceed.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
Sergeant Ryan Forrest, Forrest.
Where do you work, sir?
Work for the city of Daytona Beach.
How long have you been there?
I've been there since 2012, so 11 years.
If I can take you back to June 23rd, 2021, were you working that night, sir?
Yes, sir.
What capacity?
At the time, I was a regular patrol officer. I was working on the west side, Charlie shift.
Can you just explain to the folks where the west side would be?
The west side of Daytona Beach. Daytona Beach is split into two at the railroad tracks. So everything west of the railroad tracks is considered the west side, and I was working on the west side of that.
Would that have been in the area, maybe descriptive-wise for folks driving down 95 where the Buc-ee's might be?
Bucky's, Tanger Outlet.
Okay. So in that area?
Mhm.
At some point, did you hear a call go out on the radio?
Yes.
What did you do when the call go out on the radio?
So I happened to actually be in the area of the Tanger Outlet. I heard Central come across the radio and say that an officer was down. They didn't really have a lot of information at the time, but they said there was an officer down.
What did you do in relation to that?
I just kind of like listened to the radio a little bit more, and once confirmation that there was an officer down, units started responding down there. I went directly to the hospital instead of going to the scene. Generally, usually we do have shootings in Daytona. We send somebody to the hospital for security, family, to get a statement from the victim, notify the hospital that this is coming in, those type of.
When you arrived at the hospital, did you speak to the head nurse and notify them what was going on?
I did speak to the charge nurse and told her that we had an officer down and coming in.
Did you stand by at the hospital until Officer Rayner arrived?
Yep, after I told the charge nurse the ambulance actually had called in, I waited by the trauma doors for Officer Rayner to get there.
Did you see Officer Rayner when you arrived?
Yes.
Were you present when the clothing from Officer Rayner was collected and provided to you?
Yes, it was.
For Coach Judge?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what they mark as states A. Can you take a look at these, sir? See if you recognize them.
I do.
Are these the clothing items that you collected that evening, sir?
Yes, sir.
Outside of them being on in plastic on a board, they seem to be in the same or substantially the same condition?
Yes, sir.
Anything changed or altered about them?
No.
At this time, Judge, will say the state is paid. No objection.
Without objection, admitted as evidence.
Judge, can I publish this to the jury?
May,
Now I'm showing you what's in evidence, or as 13. You can just is this Officer Rayner's like uniform similar to yours? Is this the top of his uniform?
Yes, this would be the standard issue Class B uniform that is issued to all officers.
I'm showing you what would be the second part of the composite. This would be his pants and stuff.
It'd be a pants, it looks like a keeper and a shirt stay.
When you collected these items, sir, where did you take them?
I was requested to, I was handed the items at the hospital. I took them, they were placed in a brown paper bag. I had to bring them to the courthouse on Ridgewood Avenue. For FDLE was responding to take them back.
Did you respond to the courthouse at Ridgewood Avenue?
I did respond to the courthouse, yes.
Ultimately, and folks don't really know where the courthouse is, but that's the main courthouse for the Daytona side of Lewis County.
Yes.
When you arrived there, did you meet up with anyone from Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Initially, no. I had to go pick up, there was another piece of evidence I had to pick up. I did then respond over to the area where I met Deputy Cartagena from Orange County.
Did you provide him this uniform and also that subsequent item, which I guess was the hat?
Yes.
To take to FDLE in Orlando?
I did.
And did they transport that for y'all?
Yes.
Was there a helicopter involved to try and expedite this?
Yes, there was a helicopter involved to get these items up to FDLE.
a moment, Judge.
Yes.
No further questions, Judge.
Any cross-examination?
Officer, did you take any, and I certainly understand what the KI at night, but did you take any photographs of either the pants or the uniform prior to collecting them for evidence?
Did not.
And you'd agree optimal, best practice would be to take photographs before you're collecting and submitting them?
It was already in the bag.
Okay. And that would have been this bag right here?
That is correct.
Okay. And this is, so the submission was in the bag, and then this is for presentation purposes in court, right?
Yes.
Do you have any specific information about why Officer Rand responded to 133?
I'm going to object outside the scope relevance.
There's a knife in the pocket.
Yes, there is.
Is that a standard issue knife? Do you know anything about it?
It's not issued by the police department. However, we do carry knives for multitude of things, general tools and.
Nothing further on. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any retract?
No, sir.
Any witness excused?
Yes, sir.
A release from the subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay, you're ready to move in.
Thank you, sir.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn at this time. We're going to reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Remind you once again not to talk about the case with anybody or even among yourselves. Okay? And I'll try to have some drinks for you. Can you bear down with us?
Yes, Coach.
Good. All right, see you tomorrow at 9 a.m.
All rise to the jury.
Here's our Your Honor. Thank you. We're adjourned.
9 minutes and 3 seconds.
Okay, be here 8:30 tomorrow, please.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Check 1 2. So family, we're going to be back tomorrow. I don't want to keep doing it on this channel, so I'm going to be doing it on another channel tomorrow, but the link will be in the comment section. We're going to put the link in the comment section. I've been trying to listen to this for most of the day. I might be reaching out to y'all to getting some information on exactly some of the details. Oh man, it's intense. It's intense. But we're going to keep covering this, and we're going to try to do it in such a way that we don't want to make Morse Road TV backup channel hot with these people, because we don't own these networks. But we can try to make sure we finagle, switch around a little bit so we can make sure that we get all of this covered for the people. So tomorrow, this is going to be on my other channel. It's actually called, my other channel is called, it's a channel I recently started, but I haven't put a lot of content. Channel I recently started is called, what I named the channel? Oh man. Behind the scenes or something like that. I don't know. I forget the name of it, but I'm gonna put the link up shortly. And go there and subscribe. And matter of fact, I'm gonna edit this down and I'm gonna upload this on there, and then we'll take it from there. But thank you, family. I see y'all tonight on Morse Road TV. I got a good one for you tonight. The Hidden History Museum is closed for now. Hey, family, listen. The Hidden History Museum. We got a good one tonight, family. Oh my goodness, man. Salute. It was another officer there. Yeah, but this is just the beginning, though. This is just the beginning, Lady Ace. This is just the beginning. You know, when you deal with the judicial system, you know you can't speak too fast. You gotta really wait. Some of those things might be strategic. Whether it's on the defense part, you have to really wait. You know, this is why I never spoke on the case, and I was encouraging those like OC the Great, those like the little European guy, and everybody that kept on talking about the case. Just I mean, like, just be quiet. That's why I didn't do no interviews, and I was one of the ones that probably spoke to him more than anybody as it relates to you know, this thing that was going on at that time, you know, because I was covering the Grandmaster J thing. But yeah, okay, Lady A say, I know I just was agreeing with the chat. Absolutely. But you know, this is a waiting game. You got to wait it out. You never know the strategy. I just wanted to add that. I mean, I just want to add that. You just got to wait it out. You got to look at the strategy and then take it from there. You got to understand that most people that go to court, most people that look at court, like they're kind of detached. But a person that been under that scrutiny, whatever it was, I don't care if you got a traffic violation or if you're facing a death penalty. When you under that sort of scrutiny, you know, it's always best that all outsiders just relax for a second. I mean, we observe it now from the gallery, but before the court, there's no way in the world that I would have done a video on what I think, what I suspect. There's no way humanly possible I would have did that, because all of these people, like I say, OC the Great, and that other guy, Boss Talk, and whoever talked about it, and the prosecutor or the state, they scan the internet to see what people were talking about. They begin to create ideas. They begin to create scenarios. They also begin to look at stuff that maybe they wouldn't have looked at, and you never know. So, you know what I mean? I just think that when you're dealing with the law, you want to let the law speak for itself, and hopefully that it's not a miscarriage of justice as the law speak or as justice speak. But anybody outside, you know, there's nowhere in the world that, you know, that OC the Great, and they should be having all of these panels. That guy, Kenyon, Kenyon Y2K, having all these panels. They putting up images with ozone, guns, and da, 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 you know, and you see the officer, man, such a tragedy, man. You know, I don't believe in death. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe in bringing death to people unless it's for the defense of your own life. You know, but even seeing death, you know, is never a good thing. Not for me. You know what I mean? I don't know about nobody else, but not for me. You know what I mean? I'm not into that gore, glorifying. I'm into self-defense. I'm into preserving your life at all costs. But at the end of the day, if I had to do something to preserve my life, I would feel sorry for the life that I had to extinguish to preserve my own. And that's just me. I don't know. I guess I'm a little bit different. But with that being said, tonight, family, on Morse World TV, the Hidden History Club is closed until further notice. Hey, family, the History Hidden Museum is closed into further notice. You understand what I'm saying? Y'all notice he ain't got nothing popping. What y'all think he just running around trying to get this video going for the hip hop thing? Is closed into further notice.
Come on, man.
No, Boosie, it's true, Boosie.
Come on now, dog.
No, it's true, Boosie.
Come on, man.
Boosie is closed until further notice, man.
Come on now, dog.
Nah, it's true. It's true. It's true.
You big dummy.
Hey, no, he didn't run out of events. We're going to talk about it tonight. Family. He didn't run out of events. But man, this is going to be a good one tonight. I need to think of a good thumbnail to draw everybody in. This is good. This is going to be good. Listen. I was working. I came home for lunch. I was listening to this, and I kind of picked my way through work today. You know what I'm saying? You know how you pick your way through work, you do a little bit, and then I'm trying to catch up with this, keep this trial going. But yeah, this gonna be a good one tonight, fam. I'm looking forward to it. So peace and love. I see y'all at 9:30. I'm gonna try to do 9:30 tonight. You know, the babies are back at the babies. So what happened is that my schedule was kind of crazy. You know what I'm saying? Boosie don't believe it. So my babies now, they're back at the learning center because the new baby couldn't go. She was a newborn, you know what I'm saying? So she couldn't go. But now she's old enough to go to the learning center, you know, just 4 months, be 5 months later this month. You know what I mean? She old enough to go to the learning center. And so me and my wife, we've been swapping out. You know what I'm saying? We've been swapping out, making sure that she can work, that I can work, and both of us take care of the children. But now the children, so I can go ahead, work a few hours out of the day, come back, throw some slides together. But I got it over without a hitch. I got this off without a hitch. People ain't know I was overworking myself. Anybody notice the red eyes when I go live sometime? I wasn't getting no sleep. But I kept the live streams going. But now within the next week, I'm going to get caught up on my rest. Oh, my goodness. The fall season is going to be jumping, family. It's going to be jumping, man. But anyway, I got to get out of here.
Come on, man.
I coming, Boosie. So peace and love, family. I see y'all tonight. This video might come down because I'm going to chop it up so I can get all the blank spots out of it. But with that being said, family, we got to make sure we keep this going. When I put this on the other channel, I want to ask all of y'all to share this because we're going to build the other channel. I'm not going to do a whole bunch of talking and commentary on the other channel, but I want everybody to be able to get raw footage, and then we can bring some of that footage over to Morris World TV as we go to the next level with this media. Peace and love, family. See y'all tonight. I'm trying to go 9:30. I ain't trying to be up all night. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to go 9:30. Peace and love. It's closed, Boosie.
Come on now, dog.
Nah, it's closed, Boosie. It's closed. Yeah. So peace and love, family. Lady A, see y'all tonight. Make sure y'all share the link tonight. This